Hi. I apologize. We are back. It has been about the same amount of time, but it feels like a heck of a lot longer. Hello. I am sorry. I completely forgot to change the stream title, so I frantically had to go in and do that. I think I did it correctly. How's it going? Hello. Again, apologies. I have not recovered from the weekend clearly, and it was a long day today, which in a good way, which we'll get into. But first, as per freaking usual, we are back. We are back with da 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 flight instructor practical test standards for airplane. You've just been enjoying your new computer. Yes, it has. It's been good. Been working on production stuff in the background. Excellent. So has it been all smooth sailing? Have you had to correct anything? Do anything? Still honeymoon phase? Oh God, I'm sorry. It is. It's already gonna be. Oh, and apparently, if we get I might hit my 200 hours on Microsoft Flight Simulator tonight. That's usually how it goes. We usually go that long unintentionally. Don't take that out of context. Sorry. Anyway, so oh my god. Ugh, not there. There. Okay, so we did operation of systems last time. Oh, and how was weekend and holiday and stuff for anyone who celebrated or just who didn't? Did you have a lovely week? I hope so. So the next one was supposed to be performance and limitations. However, I really don't feel like doing that tonight. And I want to do it well. So I have it ready to go. It's just that one requires my lesson plan requires doing stuff that's not already set down. Um so oh, now that I think about it. Oh shoot. Hmm. That I will have to figure that one out. I'm glad that I didn't do it. So, yes. So ignoring that for now. Airworthiness requirements. Yay. Yay. Objective to determine that the applicant exhibits instructional knowledge of the elements related to required airworthiness by explaining. Whoosh, I don't know why this is my thing now. Required instruments and equipment for day/night VFR. And I can't speak. I'm sorry. Two, whoosh, procedures and limitations for determining airworthiness of the airplane with inoperative instruments and equipment without a minimum equipment list, MEL. Number three, whoosh, kind of out of sync, I guess. Requirements and procedures for obtaining a special flight permit. Number four, whoosh, there we go. Airworthiness directives, compliance records, maintenance/inspection requirements, and appropriate records. Five, whoosh, gosh darn it. Procedures for deferring maintenance on aircraft without an approved MEL. And that is it. It is right there. Nice and concise. Ha, that rhymed. It's been pretty good, great, honestly. Nice. You tried a Linux distro that you haven't tried before. Not really into it. Probably gonna install a distro you're more familiar with. What is a distro? For anyone who might not know, that is totally not me. Yes. So there is that, and then we go to our the thing. Da 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 da. Yay. So, yeah, I'm gonna turn this one into a PowerPoint as well because that's a lot of writing. And one of the main note that my instructor made for this one, can you see the cursor? Kind of. The main note that my instructor made was make sure it's legible. Because so this is when I practiced before going and presenting it to him, and then I presented to him, writing it all down, and it definitely, yeah, got illegible. So this, yeah, with all of the what are they called? Acronyms. Um, Having those all just together would definitely be a much better idea than this. Um, Distribution. Okay, great thing about Linux is it's modular, so you can drop and add stuff and customize those things. These elements are bundled into distributions that fit different people's tastes. Okay, nice, nice. Well, I hope it goes well. Is it a tricky change, or is it pretty chill? All right. I will make sure that things are working properly for now, and then we will get right into it. All right. I think we're good. Famous last words. All right. So, again, airworthiness requirements. As pilots, we are responsible for ensuring the airworthiness as well as the compliance with regulations of each of the airplanes that we fly. So, in order to do that, our first step as VFR pilots is to talk about the VFR required instruments in 91205. So there are day required instruments and then there are night required instruments. We'll start with day, and that acronym you'll become very familiar with. I don't know. It's a good one. It's a good one. Tomato flames. Da 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 da. So what that one is, the distro we want is super easy to work with. Oh, so it'll be fine. You'll just rewrite the partition and all will be good from there. See, that sounds difficult. Already tested on this computer. Flawless experience. Excellent. Very nice. So have you been flying with your new computer? I think you have. Like have you been how much? Have you been doing all the different things? Are you like all set up with that again? So yeah, so tomato flames. Not all of them apply to every aircraft. So we'll go over what all of them are, and then we'll talk about when it's applicable. So airspeed indicator, tachometer, oil pressure, manifold pressure gauge. Oh, sorry, oil pressure gauge. That's GG is gauge. Manifold pressure gauge, altimeter, temperature gauge, oil temperature gauge, fuel gauges, landing position indicator, landing gear position indicator is what that's supposed to say. Can't believe I missed that. Anti-collision lights, magnetic compass, ELT, emergency locator, transmitter. Oh my gosh, seat belts. So the applicability. So the manifold pressure gauge and the landing gear position indicator, again, only if applicable. Constant speed propeller and the retractable gear. Temperature gauge is for liquid cooled engines. Oil temperature gauge for air cooled engines. Fuel gauges for each tank. Oh, tachometer for each engine. Anti-collision lights are required only if the aircraft is certified after 1996. So, yeah. So then we move on. Those are all of our day ones. Our night ones, our acronym is much shorter. It is FLAPS. However, that includes all of the day equipment as well. So it's tomato flames plus FLAPS for night. Sorry. Coming. Hello. How is it going? What distro is the one you want? Mint is okay. Wait, is Mint the distro or you got endorsed for your coach? Yay! I don't know if that came through. Maybe it was a good thing if it didn't, but that was cheering and stuff. Excellent, congratulations! I'm so glad. So what are you working on next? But you did the thing. Sorry, I'm very excited. How'd it go? Tell stories. No, not very original, but you've used it for years and it's just great. It gets out of your way and enables you to get stuff done. That's good. I'm sorry I don't understand. I'm glad other people do though. But I'm glad that it's working out and you're figuring it out. You're just dropping it quickly to wave to me and Chicken. Hello, how's it going? Wave, good to see you. Oh, going for upstairs to get sleep sounds good, but thought you'd say hello first. I absolutely understand. I have not recovered from, yes, it's been a long week and a long day, but we're doing the things. You, however, go get your sleep well, recover, be nice, bright, shiny new as soon as possible, and hope to see you again soon. All the good things. Went all right, few mistakes, but can be fixed by chair flying. Excellent. Okay, sounds good. I'm so glad that it went well. I'm so glad you got it figured out and everything. And yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, so what you doing next? I'm curious. Answer earlier question. Been flying a ton of DCS, nice, and working on a video with it. Ooh. So is that going to help out? That I assume that will help out with all of that sort of stuff. Doing the recording of things as well as the editing of things and all that. Thank you. You're welcome. Be well too. Thank you. I will. It is. It's just. I do have to get sleep. I'm gonna work on it after tonight. So once you pass this, then you will go for multi-engine right, and then CFII. Excellent. Okay. So are you instructing at the same time, or are you just working through the training, just cranking through all that? And then you're done with the program. Okay, I feel like that kind of answers that question. Nice. Yay! So it will. You are instructing? How's it been going? You must tell me all the things. Yes, excellent. Okay. Oh, sorry, this time. Okay. New computers helping a ton. Yay. Running the sim at max settings. Nice. Recording with a new codec. So the quality will be a significant bump compared to earlier episodes of the series. That's awesome. When are you going to have I went very pirate there. Are you going to, when are you going to have a new one out? Or are you taking your time with it? You're playing a game while doing this. Nice. I hope it's going excellently. Wasn't expecting me to be on. Yes. We're usually on Tuesdays. For the past how many weeks? I think I've been off. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna go with Matt Rock, unless it's M Fort Rock. Thank you. I think it's Matt Rock. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Yes, we will get back to the things, but we're also catching up just a little bit. Okay. But yes, we do. We usually do this on Tuesdays. The past couple weeks have been kind of weird, but today worked out. So yay. Hopefully that shall continue, but we shall see. Okay, so Night Flaps is our VFR equipment in 91205. So that is our fuses, our landing light, our anti-collision lights, position lights, lots of lights. It's at night, so excellent. Source of electricity. So fuses is either fuses or circuit breakers. I think in the 150 I fly, we have both. It's mostly fuses. There's a couple of circuit breakers. If it is fuses, you also need to have of the fuses, you need to have a spare set of fuses or 3 of each type. So, oops, oh gosh. Sorry, I clicked a thing. Landing light is technically only required if for hire, but it's also just generally a good thing to have for safety. Anti-collision lights, again, has a certification year thing where it's only required if the aircraft has been certified after 1971. And then the source of electricity, I had generator alternator because I had it from something else for a long time. Technically, the least that you need, the minimum source of electricity that you need is the battery. So yeah, so battery. I should not be trying to do this, but we're gonna do it. Battery. Excellent. That's some great drawing there. Sorry. You're going to work for the school where you live. Not many opportunities to work, so you will work for them. Excellent. Well, but that's good that you have it. It is. It's good to have that in. So that'll be excellent. And so you will work for them when you are done. Excellent. Okay, so that's something to look forward to, and I can't wait to hear how all of the things go. And then when that happens, and yeah, yes, all the good stories. I'm so happy for you. Hopefully soonish. Yes, DCS Mission Editor is a nightmare to work with, and you still got to get Mint installed and your video editor installed with it. Okay, sounds good. I will attempt to be patient. But I am looking forward to when that comes out too. That handwriting though, I know. It like honestly though, I would blame it on the mouse and having to write it like that, but that's I mean, it's you can see that my handwriting is not the best in general, and that's kind of me trying. So, yeah, that's why we're going to do PowerPoints. Yeah. Yeah. For some of them, most of them, some of them. We'll see. I haven't gotten to the revamping of the lesson plan. So, oh, and I should also say again, I am not a CFI. Disclaimer below. This is just me practicing. I'm a CFI in training. Frightening, I know. But yes, this is not instruction. This is just me practicing, and you get to see the struggle. So, in case anyone doesn't know that yet. Hopefully I will join. Yes, not the school, but the CFI teaching route. Okay, here's the thing. This is why I'm panicking so much. One of the reasons why I'm panicking. So like for my private, for my instrument, for my commercial, any of those, like I didn't exactly plan to be doing anything with them right away. You know what I mean? Like instrument, I'm not going to go out and fly in the clouds. I don't have plans to go do IMC flights to faraway places and such. My commercial, nobody wants a fresh commercial pilot with a wet certificate. So I knew I wasn't going to be doing anything for that. So it took the pressure off a little bit. My CFI, since he's kind of going to be in his new job or whatever, I'm almost going to be taking over for him because we're that small. So I'm starting right away, basically. They're throwing me to the wolves immediately. And I'm nervous about that. I would have liked a little time to just breathe and maybe be able to get over the nerves and stuff, but no, yeah, that's a thing. So yes, the plan is for me to go that route, but I'm yeah, it wasn't supposed to be, but it is now. So yes, we will. We can commiserate together. Yeah, especially depending on how long the rest of your program is going to take. You seem to be banging through it pretty quickly. We might be starting working around the same time then. So yeah, we shall see. So this is why I have to get good at this. Okay, so making sure that I don't miss anything. So yes, so that is our 91205, our VFR required instruments. If anything is inoperative and the aircraft has an MEL, which is a minimum equipment list, that is a list of anything that can be inoperative and the aircraft can still fly. If it has that, all you got to do is follow the procedures. If it does not have an MEL, then you have a couple of different things you got to go through. So, first thing to look at is if the inoperative piece of equipment is required by the type certificate data sheet, which is if the aircraft was certified with that equipment, then it has to be operative. KOEL, kinds of operation equipment list, as opposed to a minimum equipment list, which is things that can be inoperative. That list is things that must be operative. Not all airplanes have that, and if the airplane does have it, it will be in the airplane flight manual / pilot's operating handbook. The next thing to go over is our 91205 list. Boom, our VFR equipment required for either day or night or both. And then whether or not it is required by an airworthiness directive, which we will continue with or get back to. So if it's not required by any of those things, does not create a safety of flight issue, then what you must do is placard that piece inoperative, and it must be either removed or disabled, and a logbook entry must be must be written. And technically, maintenance of that can be deferred indefinitely, as long as, again, it does not bring up cause a safety of flight issue. Yeah. Going back to airworthiness directives. You should be done. You should be done before Christmas, but at least by January. Yeah, you're gonna be done before I'm putting it off a little bit, kind of. So the DPE is not he's not available right away, so it does depend on that. But also, it's me dragging my feet a little bit. There's a certain amount of things that I want to get done yet before I go to check rides. So yeah, so it's going to be another month or two for me. So you'll be done and you're going to get done, and that'll be an amazing Christmas present or a New Year's Eve sort of starting fresh thing. So that'll be fun, and I'm looking forward to hearing about it. So yeah, yay! Congrats in advance. And I'll give you additional congratulations when it actually happens. So yes, our inspections, we have another acronym. AV8. So this is AV, a 1, ATES. So our first one, like we talked about before or mentioned before, are airworthiness directives, or AD. VOR check, a 100-hour / annual. Our altimeter / pedostatic check. Our tachometer inspection. Our emergency locator transmitter, ELT inspection, and our SAIBs, our Special Airworthiness Information Bulletins. So, AD, Airworthiness Directives. For all aircraft, these are mandatory. They must be followed. There's no overfly. If you go out of AD, then you have to do a certain thing, which we'll talk about later. So, yeah. There's a couple different kinds. It could be a one-time thing where you get it fixed, you get it taken care of, and then it's done. Or there could be a recurring ones. For example, every 100 hours or every some period of time, every one of those. VOR check is every 30 days, and that, along with the altimeter pedostatic check, are both for IFR, but it's good to keep in mind for the acronym. So VOR check, altimeter pedostatic for IFR. That VOR check can be done by at least a private pilot, and that is every 30 days. Then our 100-hour and our annual are the same inspection, but there are differences. So the 100-hour is typically for hired planes, and the annual is for all planes. The 100-hour can be done by an A&P. The annual has to be done by an A&P with inspection authorization. The 100-hour can be overflown by 10 hours, as long as that flight time is to somewhere that the aircraft can get that inspection done. The annual has no flyover. And the 100-hour, any overfly time has to be put on to the next 100 hours. Yeah. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of those. Yes. Altimeter pedostatic check, that's every 2 years or 24 calendar months. Again, part of the IFR couple here. Tachometer, all aircraft, every 24 calendar months or 2 years. ELT, we have a nice little acronym. So 121.5, our emergency frequency. So every 12 months, the LTM must be inspected, every 1 hour of cumulative use, and 0.5 when half the battery life has been used. So then we have our Special Airworthiness Information Bulletins, similar to ADs, but they are not mandatory, but they may become mandatory. They may become airworthiness directives. So get them done for safety, and because you might have to get them done anyway. In order for these inspections to be valid, you have to keep your purple records. Records must be kept. And at this point, I have a thought of showing the logs at that point. So like for this lesson plan, having the actual aircraft logs and kind of like looking through them a little bit and going over them. But I don't have those here, so we're not going to do that. But so the inspections, they must be kept for 1 year or until those records are superseded. And it needs to be total time, also needs to have total time in service of all the life limited parts, engine, propeller, and such, as well as the airworthiness directive compliance, and that transfers with the aircraft. Documents that are required in the airplane. So the records, the logbooks, you don't have to keep in the airplane. Things that you do have to keep in the airplane are another acronym, AIRO, Airworthiness Certificate, Radio Operator's License, Registration Certificate, Operating Limitations, and Weight and Balance. Things to keep in mind for that: Airworthiness Certificate is valid as long as the required maintenance and inspections are kept up on. Radio Operator's License is only for foreign flights, so not necessary within the continental U.S. Registration Certificate is now valid for 7 years. It was 3 years, but now it is 7 because that's a 7. Sorry. Operating limitations includes supplements and placards, as well as the pilot's operating handbook. Weight and balance must be the most current information. Special flight permit. Yes, that's our next thing. If for any reason, the aircraft is otherwise airworthy, but does not meet one of these things, say it's out of an inspection, it doesn't have one of these documents with it in the plane, in order to get it to somewhere where it can have that inspection done, have something fixed, you need to get a special flight permit. So how you do that is you apply to the FSDO, and you need to include in that application the purpose of the flight, the itinerary of it, the crew that will be conducting the flight, as well as why that aircraft is unairworthy. And then our final thing we shall mention is our preventative maintenance. There are a few things that owners of aircraft can perform on their aircraft without requiring an A&P. So there's a big list in Part 43, Appendix A, Part C, and it's simple operations that don't require complex disassembly, such as oil or tire changes, things like that. And what is required of that is a logbook entry and potentially a test flight. Done, done, done. And that is our airworthiness requirements, right? Is that what I called it? Airworthiness airworthiness requirements thing. Yeah. Yep, let's get in the plane. Oops. Cancel. All right, now we have to get all of the things. Boom. Boom. And boom. And I don't need that. Yay, ready to take the test. No. There is no teaching here. Absolutely not. Oh no, this is the struggle of attempting instruction. Oh gosh. The only thing that you can take away from this is questions for further research, avenues to ask a competent and certificated instructor. Do you have one of those? What is your aviation interest, if I might ask, and background and such? Is this up? Where is it? I need it. Flight tracker. Where is it? Oh no. It's not coming up. Don't take that out of context. Take my answer. No. Oh no. Yeah, you're twisting my words, and I don't like it. Oh no. your aviation, switching from medical field and did a discovery flight. Okay, so you did a discovery flight. What are you doing now? What are you studying? Why isn't my thing coming up? Are you how recent was your discovery flight? Are you yeah. What are you studying? Have you had are you planning for your lesson? You tell me these things, I'm gonna get ahead of you. I'm sorry, I can't find my flight tracker. Why isn't it working? Oh no. Oh, speaking of, you know what? We actually have to do a thing first. Yay, let's figure out where we're going. Where are we going? All right. Everything looks pretty green, so that's good. We usually tend to be like in here-ish, because that's where ATC has been. We could go like over here-ish, maybe. I have picked one. We might one thing that how about we do the ooh, that one's kind of funky looking. Let's do this one. Because ooh, that's funky. Just in case I can't get my oh, but I wanted the did I? Can I? Why can't I? I don't see weather for it, but we're gonna go for it anyway. Scribner. That sounds fun. In case I can't get my tracking thing, we're gonna have to VOR our way back. So that'll be good. Kaskab. Kaskab. I like it. I like it. Why is my flight tracker? Pretty recent. Okay. Looking for maybe a United Aviate, but also kind of want to go at your own pace part. Whatever that is, you forget. Part 61. That's what I do. I love Part 61. I'm a big proponent of it. I know it's not for everyone, and I don't know if my experience has been all that normal. But it I guess there isn't in the Part 61 there is a lot more variety in journeys, I would think. So yeah, it is fun. It is nice to be able to go at your own pace. But yeah, it does. It depends on what you're thinking. So yeah, I will always big proponent for that. But whatever's gonna work for you. Look forward to hearing more about it. So like, what is your time frame? When are you thinking you're gonna be going and doing the thing, or are you still working on that? What am I doing? Flight sim. Boom. And oh, and then I didn't do the thing. Oh, did I do the thing? This thing? Why did I hear the thing and then not hear the oh, that's why I heard the thing and did. Sorry. You're gonna get thrown into teaching students fresh off the studying. Oh, yes, and it's terrifying. It is terrifying. Cause like, there's so many things, and I'll kind of get into this once I tell stories of this week. There's just so many times where I'm like, I feel like I should be a better pilot than not that I'm a bad pilot, but there's just like certain little things that I feel like I could and should do better. But I mean, there is like everybody has those. There's different things that get emphasized at different times, and yeah. But I do. I wish. Again, my main thing has always been I wish that I either had more experience as a pilot or more experience as a teacher, because having such little experience in both is so hard to like put them together. Like doing the one okay, doing the other okay, and then trying to put it together. Oh, so yeah. And then yeah, not being able to like come off the check ride, wind down a little bit, kind of get out of that whole oh, have to do to the check ride sort of a thing. Yeah, just having to yeah. Because as much as it's not supposed to be, there are things that you plan for the check ride and you practice for the check ride that are not, you're going to do differently with actual students. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Still figuring it out. Okay, I'm sorry. I do get ahead of things. I get really excited if that was gonna do private in the meantime though soon. Okay. Have you started your study? Yes. Read the FAQ. If you're into reading, just read the entire FAQ. And if you're up for it, I guess you can like reading and just not want to read the FAQ. Yeah, Sporties is pretty good. They got that's free. If you want to go the like as free as possible route, at least start with those things. And then once you get an actual CFI, they can like recommend other actual paid options. Yeah. Start that stuff. Got your own yoke for flight sim. No rudder pedals. Okay, all right. Sounds good. Yes, I recall when I started with this, I also, oh no. Okay, good. I had the yoke as well. Getting the rudder pedals definitely helped as well as track IR so I can move my head around. If once you get to that point where you want to start upgrading with stuff. But yes, excellent. That is. It's definitely a good start. And Flight Sim is really helpful for flows. It is really different than the actual plane. So make sure you compartmentalize a little bit. But yeah, procedures and flows, very excellent. You second guess everything, so it stresses you out knowing people's life and check rides are in your heads. Right. They say you'll have imposter syndrome 100%, but the first 3 to 5 students really drills it in and helps you really solidify all your knowledge. Yeah, but I feel so bad for those first 3 to 5 students. You know what I mean? Because right now you're learning inverted and move on to the next one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it is. Whenever I get asked a question outside of like a structured learning environment, I automatically I don't have the correct shelf open in my mind. So I don't, the words are not right there out of any context. And even if I know that I know it or I could figure it out, I absolutely doubt myself right away. And I don't want to say it then. So yeah. You got through chapter 1 of Pilot Handbook. Nice. Excellent. That is a great start. And that's what I did. I just read through the entire thing. That way you have that nice base knowledge. And then, yeah, you can start organizing it places. So yes, that's excellent. I'm glad. Go to YouTube, watch all of these. Oh, is it that one? I still, hang on. I should. I will. Once I do. I have a structure right now, kind of, that I'm not deviating from. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff done with instructor and before he leaves for training, and then I'm gonna start going a little bit rogue. And by that I mean I can kind of organize and do my own thing, if that makes sense. So yes, I will start going through those. I want to go through the 8 Mike Alpha mock oral check rides. I hope those are good. I've watched some of their stuff before and they were good. So yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I still feel like I need to do, but I've just been working at a certain thing just because my instructor is still here yet. Goes through the FAQ. Yes, but is a real CFI and it's a real school in Florida. Yes. I am definitely looking forward to that. And yes, also for anyone else doing the sorts of things. So, hour-long videos, like 23 of them, but in case you don't want to read, in case you don't want to read and do better with someone explaining or a person talking it. Yes, exactly. And that is one of the things where I guess one of the downsides of me reading it all myself is sometimes my brain organize things. By the way, it's gorgeous. My brain would organize things somewhat incorrectly. Like the one example that I can give that really I think exemplifies is like ILS and localizer I thought were the exact same thing. Like I did not differentiate between them. It was like, how do I? Yeah, or like the wing and the ailerons kind of like put those into the same box as well, and then had to like kind of peel those apart. And yeah, so it is. It's that's definitely more my sort of how I learn kind of best, but then it's got its downsides, and then there's downsides of other things. So it's finding your balance. And yeah, you heard real CFI did it. Wait, what? Not real CFI. Did I pass my exam? No. I am not a real CFI. If you heard real CFI, it should have had a not in front of it. No, but hello, how's it going? I hope you're well. But yes, we're doing things. What were we doing? Yeah, we're talking about CFI stuff and learning stuff and all of the things. But yeah, so we'll go over the things. So we gotta take our cover off, chalks off, this thing off, boom. And then we take that thing off. Control the space. Good. I did not give you any answers to any exam. That's a tiska. But, okay, here is the thing, though, as well. One of the things that I do need to do is start getting into, why is that on? Okay, it was the alternator, so that's okay. I do need to start getting into the CFI mindset that I am going to be the person. I'm going to be the person that people are coming to for answers, or I'm going to have a student. They're going to be looking to me for answers. So I need to be able to have that mentality and the ability to extract the information, or at least be able to be like, hang on for a second, let me check it, and then do the thing. So it's a delicate operation for me doing this stuff, because I don't want you guys actually taking anything from this. But as for myself, I do need to be better about that and more authentic about it, if that makes sense. Okay, you heard me say something about CFA, something about Florida, and you were the one who was sending me past my check ride. No, absolutely not. No, it's not going to be for a little while yet. I need a lot more comfort building, more practice, more polish, all of the things. There are a variety of things that I would like to do before going to check ride so that I can feel as comfortable as possible doing that, as well as pretty soon after that being able to instruct people. I need to stop thinking about that because I'm going to start panicking more. You'll give us practice. Yes, and that is why again, it's a delicate operation. Red switch is on all the time. Battery will be fine. No. And now I'm actually kind of nervous since you're actually going to be starting soon. I don't know. But no, so here's our master switch. If your master switch looks like this, it has an alternator switch, and then it has our battery switch. So yeah, so the alternator switch was on, so that's okay. It's a good thing that the battery switch wasn't on. That has happened. That has definitely happened where the master switch has been left on. I don't think by me yet, because I'm incredibly paranoid about that stuff. But it has happened. It has happened before. But yes, like I do. I have to have the mindset that it is authentic, but I don't want you guys to have the mindset that it's authentic, if that makes sense. So yes, if you want practice, can add you to your advisor list for your channel. What does that mean, your advisor list? No, not yet. But also, I don't know. It is weird. Again, I don't want to overstep anything, but I do have to get in the mindset. So, yeah, weighing, balancing. Haha, weight and balance. So, take a picture of the hobs and the tack. Here's our tack. Here's our hobs. That is how we get billed. So we want to make sure that we are only paying for and logging our correct hours. So we have that as evidence. Then we turn our battery on. We flip our switches. So right now we don't have a strobe. In the plane that I fly, we don't have a strobe. Beacon on, taxi, landing light, but the flaps down. That's not the correct button. So what we're doing right now, we're doing pre-flight. We're checking all of the things. So we have a landing light here, landing and taxi light there. That is working. Excellent. This, I cannot tell if it is working. I think it is. We'll check the other one. That one looks like it's working. Beacon's working. That one's working. Looks good. Then we grasp the pitot tube, feel that pitot heat, and then we can turn all of that stuff off. Boom, 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 boom. And again, make sure we turn our battery off as well so we don't drain the battery while we do the rest of our pre-flight. Advisor list is a group of people you trust to give you sanity checks and insight when you're researching. The stuff that you research, though, I don't know words I can't say because I'm a lady about. If you think that I could be at all helpful, I don't think that I could, to be honest. But I would be willing to help, and sanity checks are good. So yes. Going to tell your flight instructor you learned all this here as you barrel roll. No. Absolutely not. Because then the FAA will come for me, and then I will have to make my case, and that will not be good. But I have my disclaimer, so that's helpful. Well, spins are fun. I am so excited to do spins with students. I mean, once I'm like better and more comfortable with everything. My instructor does not like spins. I do. So that is one thing that I can look forward to. Yeah, for myself. So I kind of want to tell this story. It comes late. So I had a lesson, and then after that I went on a discovery flight. It was a little bit different than I anticipated it was going to be. I was trying to remember back to how mine went. I thought mine was a lot less than that, but it could have just been me not taking in everything. But yeah, there was like a lot of different things. I don't know. I'm gonna go over my walk around the way I do my walk around, and I might have to adjust it. I don't know. I kind of like how I do it. So I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I'm so good at explaining things. Once I become a CFI, will I do videos about stuff to teach? Like, what do you mean? Like going through the FAQ or like systems or anything like that? Weather maybe. If I get better at that, I don't know. I don't know. I will jump off that bridge when we come to it. But yeah, at the moment, I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable doing things like that or like having them be actual, this is how the things are sort of a thing. But yeah, like for now, the only reason I'm okay doing the things that I've been doing here is that it's just practice and flows rather than actual teaching anything. So we'll see. We'll see. When worried too much about it, been trying to branch more into civil topics lately, so you'll have a greater need for advisors in that sector. Okay. I could try. I don't know how could I? Again, that's one of my things that I really need to get over is like being outside of the specific strict environment of it and just having things out of the blue. It kind of throws me a little bit. So I do need to get better about that. So maybe. Pink Mike, nice touch. Hello, how's it going? Good to see you. And yes, it is. Oh, and what makes it even better? Boom. It's a rave. Okay, I'm sorry. Again, for anyone who came in later than earlier, I am already out of it. So yes, your students 100% are going to watch check rush videos. But you were curious if I would do more like that. If I do, you'll be 100% grateful. If I don't, you'll still be 100% grateful for the mock track. So, and that's why I've really just been winging it throughout my training doing these things. So it really is probably just going to evolve as I go. So yeah, we'll see. But you're gonna make sure you vet all of the information that I have in there, right? Because I will sometimes I'll look back and I'll be like, oh, that's not right, or I definitely could have put that better. So yeah, I'm gonna quick go like this because I can't see the what's it called, the static port. There it is. Is that it? That escalated quickly. Oh God, what did I say? Oh yes, the unsing. I'm sorry. Which is also a verb. Okay, sorry. We're gonna quick do the thing. So what I like to do is I kind of realize that I do a different thing that I thought that I did. So what I like to do is I like to go like, oh, that is actually better, isn't it? Sorry. Okay. So one of the things I will say, did a discovery flight or observed a discovery flight. And one of the things that my instructor did was he did the things that can kill you first. So drained a little bit of fuel from this wing, tipped it, looked at it for water. And the other thing that was actually really cool is there was a random water bottle in the hangar. So he had me pour a little bit in so that the student could actually see what that looks like. And that was really freaking interesting and cool. And then he did the whole, like, hold it up to a light surface so that you can see that that blue color versus that water. And you could really see the bubble in it anyway. But, like, having that distinction... yeah, so did that and then did the other side, had the student check the quantity of fuel in the tanks, and then went over to the oil, checked that. And again, those are the things that can kill you, and then you move on. I think he started in the front with his, hang on, let me think. Trying to remember. Well, from there, I'm just going to do it how I do mine and think of things. So static port, vents. Okay. I kind of wish I would have debriefed with my instructor. We both kind of had to run. This is the avionics cooler. It cools the avionics, these 2 bits. Amazing. And then the vent here is for the in there and stuff. The pitot tube, check that, drain hole. The fuel vent, make sure that's clear as well. There's our stall horn. Walk along the wing, make sure there's no noticeable or really terrible damage. They're old aircraft, so you're gonna get... They're not gonna be in perfect condition, but just, yeah, make sure it's nothing that's gonna be an issue. Check in, and then we go up here. Nope, not there. Sorry, this way. Then we check our outboard here. Piano hinges. I did not know they were called piano hinges. Checking all those, giving this rod a little rock. It's slightly better than wiggle. And then the rest of them, check the flaps. Right there. Give that rod a little rock. It's still bad. Check the tire, the brakes, make sure there's no like fuel leaking or anything. I always do like the antenna check as well, but that's not necessary for discovery flight. If you have a baggage door, check that. Then we have our elevator, which is on our horizontal stabilizer. Check those connections. And then the rudder, moving up and down to make sure, I hadn't done that before, moving that up and down to make sure that there's no movement there. As well as that you can wiggle it like a little bit side to side. Oh, except just not like that, but I'm really bad with my rudder, sorry. Oh, also the other thing, when you're over here on this wing, give that wing like a little rock to make sure the entire airplane moves rather than just like a wing, which is gonna tear off then. One second, I'm gonna get back to chat. One second. And then other side of the elevator and connections and the trim tab you can check on. If you're ever going to push down on the horizontal stabilizer, make sure it is near to the fuselage. And then, chicken student, you can do the rest of this side of the walk around, and then chicken can do. Hang on. Yeah, go outboard to here. Can check this one. Do the same thing. Oh wait. Hang on. No, come into here. I'm sorry. I'm changing my walk around as we're going. Come into here, do the flaps, do all that, do the aileron, then come out here, rock that wing, follow the wing along here, checking the front of it for any potential damage. Check that tire as well. And then we did our oil, the things that can kill us. And then the strain any fuel from there. Coming to the front, do both sides, leading and back edge of the propeller to make sure there are no significant nicks or cracks. Alternator belts, if you have it, check that. That's nice and tight. Exhaust port, make sure that's not too wiggly. Air intake, make sure that's clear. And then fist or fingers, clearance on the nose wheel. Can wiggle the shimmy damper, check to make sure there's no oil dripped in there. And then take a look-see, make sure it all looks good, symmetrical, make sure you didn't forget any ties, chocks, tow bar, any iPads or anything just left on any surface. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Just think I explain it well. Really? Well, that's good. Not a lot of videos do it like the mock check rides. That's why you enjoy them so much. Well, good. I am glad. It's funny because you saying that, I sometimes feel like I don't explain things all that well. And that's why a lot of times I say, if that makes sense, and it might just be, and then I rewatch it and it's not actually that bad, so I kind of get it. But I have a lot of squirrels up here, so I think that's why it feels like it doesn't come through as well. But I am glad. I do appreciate that, and I will definitely continue improving, and it could definitely be in the future. So yes, maybe, but again, I have to improve. So because you Google it and there's like 3, and yeah, you'll skim through it, but you think it went well. Okay, well, good. I'm glad. You started front with yours. Right. Okay. So would you mind me asking for just like a lowdown, whatever you can remember? Because again, I learned it one way, and then so I do it one way. I think this is actually the first time that I have had my instructor. So I started with a different instructor. My instructor that I have now, I started with during my commercial and now during my CFI. So I have always done the walkarounds. So yeah, seeing that different perspective was actually interesting. And I did actually kind of like the doing the things that could kill you first. So yeah, like if there's anything that you might forget you don't want to forget anything. That's why afterwards we check our checklist. Yeah, like get those things done first. Make sure those are good, and then everything else should be kind of smooth sailing. Oh, and hello, hi, how are you? Good to see you. I hope you've been well. I hope you are well. Political correct way of saying I'm not. Moving on. Just at least. No. I just there's just a lot going on in there, and sometimes it just, yeah. I think way too much, and not always uh in the best way. Distractible, clearly, but yes, just at least don't delete them. I don't intend to ever delete those, because I like them as well, and it's fun to go back through. This is almost kind of like a journal for me, of my own journey. A journey journal. Oh my god, that's cute. Sorry. So yeah, I'm really happy that, like, they're helpful, or at least entertaining, or things like that. So I appreciate you guys so much, and putting up with all of my myself, and actually enjoying it. So yeah. But no, they will still be here. They will still be here. So then we can get in the plane. All the things are good. Doors. Oh, because I am a sort of a person, I guess. So, hang on. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff. Circuit breakers, but we're actually, oops, gosh darn it, I did not want to do that. Thank you very much. Check our circuit breakers, because they can pop. Oh my gosh, you know what else we didn't do? Sorry. I always forget. Did I? Oh gosh darn it. All these little, what are they called? Things where you accidentally roll and click them and stuff like that. Ooh. You know what? I never really got, I haven't really looked at all of this stuff specifically. Oh, so I could just do it from here. Oh, I should do that. Or, I could start to, Okay. So we fill our aircraft up to 8. You know what? No, because you know what? We usually end up flying a lot longer than flights I do in real life. So we're gonna fuel all the way. I guess it's not bad, but I just don't want to have 5.3 quarts. That seems good. All right. I think the only thing you looked at, that I didn't, was the propeller, the inside area, to see if it is clear. Oh, you know what? Yes. Not touching the propeller, of course. Oh, interesting. That is something that my instructor did mention. Looking inside, making sure no squirrel nests or bird nests or anything like that. Somebody just showed up, I guess. Decided to come along. So you didn't touch the propeller at all? Interesting. And checking to make sure the bolts were in on the ailerons and they move easy and free. Yes. Oh, and that was another thing too. Thank you. I appreciate you saying these things, because those were other things where, yeah, like lifting up on it, and then actually like making sure that they deflect like that, as well as looking inside, which I took the yolks off, didn't I? So you can't see them. Sorry. Yeah, and then looking inside to make sure that they are going the proper directions and moving, as well as the elevator. You can look and see that that is moving as well. Because, yeah, the way that I do my walk around is the way that I started learning it. It definitely might not be exactly the same way that I was taught. It was just, I took from my first lesson some things and followed the checklist, and eventually built it into a thing, and it is what it is now. But continuously adding things now, getting deeper into it. And that's excellent. So thank you. That's awesome. I am a comedian. I do not claim to be. I'm just strange. Think it definitely shows your students where you were you were at in that situation. Yes, which I love as well. Like as a PBL student, which you think it's hard to get across a student like saying, yeah, I had a hard time with X, but now I have the videos. I can be like, trust me, I have proof. I struggled with it. Not that I will ever show any students any of any of my actual students any of this. Oh gosh, the dumb things I do on here. But that is a really, really good point. Definitely makes the instructor more human. Yes, and that was one of the things that I liked a lot about, especially like both of my instructors, but especially in the beginning when I was so new to everything and there was insecurity there. Like I wanted to do everything right and I wanted to do my best and all that. And hearing this person who I respected so much and knew had a lot of experience and was a great instructor, hear the things that he struggled with, had issues with. It did. It was so helpful and it made it less stressful because of that. So yes, definitely. It you! Which part you? No, Magnetos could start it and lose a hand. Well, that's why you don't have the keys in, but you can check it first. But okay, that's whatever your instructor had you do, taught you, that is whatever you should do. Hi. How's it going? Stop! The pink headsets are a must-have accessory. I know, right? Aren't they just the cutest? We're matching. I only allow pink headsets in my aircraft. If you don't have them, get out. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Hi, how are you? I hope things are well. It's good to see you. Didn't think I'd show them it while you were typing, but if it makes them better. So I haven't shown this stuff to anybody no in real life. I am a compartmentalized. So I don't know. It's just I feel like I can be a lot freer when I know that I don't have to answer for things in real life. For you know what I mean? Yeah. Vietnam, hi. Hello, how is it going? It's good to have you here. We will be getting in the plane, I promise, but it's just the conversation is chef's kiss. So I'll at least get it started up. I'll at least get it started up, and then we will get back to the things. So did the things. So again, we did our circuit breakers, but then we can do just a little bit of a rudder. It does it too much. But yes, brakes and pedal test, not too much. Passenger briefing. No talking during takeoff and landing. We're going to be focusing on flying the airplane unless you see some sort of traffic that might be an issue. Point it out. Airplane 3 o'clock. Airplane 11 o'clock. Something like that. Always able to point that out. Seat belts on. Exits out the doors to left and right. For now, make sure they are shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff below 1,000 feet, it lands right ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we're going to turn around and land. We'll consider turning around and landing back on the runway. We will elaborate on that briefing once we get over to run up. So, I'm going to take this off. Need that on. Seat track back and locked. Back and locked, chicken. Then avionics are off. Autopilot is irrelevant. Carb heat is out. Another thing that instructor said, having everything in, all of these in, including the propeller control. Oh, okay, so I can go like this. Yeah, so if there was a propeller control, as well as that. So all of these things in, that is your max performance of your aircraft. So like everything's at, yeah, or something. He said something else. I should find out specifically what he said. So even carb heat is off, but that means your performance is better. So yeah, so that was something interesting that I didn't think about. So sorry, carb heat off, beacon goes on, prime it. Mixture full rich, throttle is slight, clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back, clear prop. Oh, and lock it. Unlock it. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Just need a little bit more throttle in there. Okay, sorry. Watch someone come across and be like, "Is this you?" And then that's it. I know. Well, so technically somebody did find me, but I forbade them to watch. I wouldn't care too much. My I would almost potentially feel okay with my instructor finding it. He's like the one person who would potentially be able to. But it would almost maybe be nice to have that feedback since he like knows me in person. But I'm also like, no, because you can't put the toothpaste back in that tube. Wait, confused. You were told magnetos could generate power regardless if key was in. If there was an issue, yes. If there was an issue, yes. And the other thing, I guess, well, now I kind of want to shut down. Did you mean like sticking your arms inside? Like, yeah, potentially. So again. Listen to your instructor. There are certain things, like, again, if there is an issue, yes. If you move the propeller and you check and it doesn't start, should be okay, because you do need to, again, I said alternator belt right in here. You reach in there just a little bit and you can tug on that to make sure that's tight, so that's going if you have one. As well as when you check the propeller, the leading and trailing edges, you run your fingers along to make sure that, like, again, cracks or nicks, like, that could be an issue. But again, since it was a discovery flight, I assume that that's definitely a good thing to keep in your mind, because it is definitely a real possibility. But you can also take steps to make sure that doesn't happen, but like be more likely that it's not going to happen and be able to handle the aircraft as you need to. So always listen to your instructor. But yeah, anyway. Then everyone will know. Oh no, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't, wait, I'm sorry, I do not speak Vietnamese. Name, game, X-Plane 12. It is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. MSFS 2020. I'm sorry. You just got attacked. I assume it was an adorable attack. Vietnam, I'm sorry. Happy to have you here. Again, take everything from you. No. All you people ribbon me when I'm trying to be proper and stuff. Hello. How's it going? I hope well. I am getting attacked with people saying they're going to take things from this. We're going to listen to the weather. Or not listen to the weather. We're just going to look at the weather. Boom. No, there isn't. Gosh darn it. Okay, so nearest one is 11 miles. We will look at the windsock to be sure. So, at Fremont, that's good. We're going to lean this out as well, because this one does foul the plugs. So, Kilo, Foxtrot, Echo, Tango. The 29th at 0435 Zulu does math. It is the most recent. Automated, 260 at 5 knots is our wind. Oh gosh, you know what I didn't do? Oh gosh, you know what else? Oh gosh, I forgot. I'm nervous. Is my tracker working? There it is. Oh, thank goodness. There we go. Where are we? We are in Scribner. All right, so we will take off from a runway. So it's 260. Runway 30 would be best. It is poor concrete. So instead, it is a straight crosswind, actually. If we do 3-5, that is correct, right? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. So no, that'll be fine. We'll take off on the that one. I kind of want to take off on that one though. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Hang on. 260 at 5 knots. 10 statute miles. Clear of clouds. -1 degrees Celsius for our temperature. -6 degrees Celsius for our dew point. Altimeter 3001 remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Temperature minus, that one there is a minus, 1.0. Yeah, -1.0 degrees Celsius and -5.6 degrees Celsius for our dew point. So crosswind if we do the big runway, not if we do the other runway. So we'll see. 3001 for our altimeter. Boom. Does that jive? 1300, 1325. Perfect. Does the thing. I kind of want to go take off on the tinier runway. I like my little trashy runways. We're gonna do it. We're gonna, yeah. We're gonna do it. Yeah. Okay, sorry. You have learned nothing. No. Listen, someone just needs to grab the controller, give her the throttle, and take. Okay, I'll do the checklist. No. We must do the checklist. The checklists are good. Checklists are love. Checklists are life. I just got to figure out what way we have to turn. I wanted to get a little bit feisty with that. Checklists are love. Checklists are life. Fight me. I could put that on a t-shirt. That would be fun. Okay. So I'll put the rest of our things on taxi. That's good. Excelente. All right. Start off like, gosh darn it. Oops. Whoa. That was interesting. God dang it, my rudders. I still need to take a saw to the bottom of this table. Will be the chief CFI. Maybe someday. We were actually, my instructor and I were actually talking about, sorry, I should adjust the I know all of you have been like saying stuff like that, adjusting the sensitivity and making sure we don't go, like, you guys don't go upside down when I look down. But I'm noticing it right now specifically. Trying to go here. Oh, we're gonna, oops. Oh God. Why? But okay. So we're checking the things. Oh, that was okay. I will admit. So last lesson, we were doing takeoffs and landings, or I was practicing instructing takeoffs and landings, and as we were taxiing, we had to back taxi, and so I started going into some of my things, like talking about the stuff before the takeoffs, like run up and runway incursion avoidance and stuff. Well, yeah, so stuff that wasn't specifically related to the taxi, which my instructor brought up is probably shouldn't do that. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That is a good idea. So it is. It's things like that where I know in theory, but since I've been doing, we do end up talking about certain things. Like we do all the runway incursion avoidance stuff, but then we will be talking about the stuff that is going on in our lesson, maintaining all of the things. But that's not a good thing to do to start out with somebody. So yeah, that was something that I need to remember, make sure I didn't do. Sorry, one second. We're gonna get to over here.
Approaching runway 30.
So yeah, while taxiing, oh god, I thought it was a runway. I thought it was a run up, but it's not. It is not. We're gonna there is no hold short line. I'm sorry. One second. We're just gonna turn around just like a little bit. Hang on. Just makes gosh darn it. Just makes you think of the Shrek as little thing, and following that logic, you don't want to think about what the checklist will do to you. Is love is life? Is that specifically a Shrek thing? Because I'm sorry, and I will never say it again. Didn't read Perfect Women. No, just said yes. What did I? Hang on. Oh, be chief CFI of the flight school that you're going to start. No. I thought you were looking into my future and saying things. Hey. At some point, you could. God dang it! Why aren't you there? Sorry. At some point, my knowledge will be better and my delivery better and all of the things where maybe, sure, you could start a flight school. It is not this day and not for a long time. Gosh darn it. Not sure, actually, I don't know. Hearing yes, no. I should know better by now. But I don't, apparently. Here, yeah, no. Gosh darn it. Except. I have the evidence. Haha. The VOD exists. The whole VOD. And will forever. So, ha. Okay, so, run up. So, we're not doing that today. Sorry, I was going to go into my takeoffs and landings spiel. But we're not doing that today. We are doing basic instrument maneuvers. So we're just gonna do our run up as normal. So, oh, I should also. Okay, so we are here. So I will do the thing. We are here if anyone is interested, I will do the pinnings. Hello. Sorry, I am pinning things. I will check the things. Fluxtron, how's it going? How are you? Good to see you. Welcome, everyone. How was your stream? What were you doing? And yeah, how are things? How was your week? How was your holiday? How was your weekend? If you didn't have a holiday, all the good things. Don't need the whole VOD, just One Piece. No. I have the evidence. So we're about to do our run-up, so I'll quick do our run-up. Flying some death traps in Idaho. So what does that mean? Out of Boise, ooh, into the mountains. That sounds frightening. What plane were you flying? I tried flying the 150. This is a 152. I tried flying the 152 in the mountains, and it didn't work out well. So I hope yours worked out better. It's how do you say that? Ka-10M hat? I'm sorry. I'm looking it up so I can know the things. It sounds really friggin' cool. Oops. Oh gosh. How do I get out of this? There we go. Ooh, that is cool looking. It's got like little, what do you call those things again? Is it a pontoon? Little Russian chopper. That is super cool. Hello, by the way. How is it going? Counter-rotating experimental one-man chopper. Okay, so like helicopters or that sort of a thing is witchcraft already. So like, that just, okay. You know what? I feel like that goes with the death traps. So a very thematic flight, I see. That's super cool. So yes, I am. I'm curious. How did it go? Super fun. Okay. Okay. Quick do that run up so we can actually get in the air. I'm so sorry. Doing the thing. Run up. Fuel's on both. Gosh darn it. Fuel is on because this one only has an on switch. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff. Flight controls. We bring it in. So we have our hands on the yoke. I will do the proper one today. Hands on the yoke, and then whichever way you turn your yoke, that aileron should be up. So that is up. And then we bring it back. We go like that. That is also up. Then we can wiggle the rudder a little bit while we're back there. Then we turn to the other side. That aileron should be up. Continue our box. Bring that, and that goes down. And there. There's our flight controls, free and correct. Primer is in and locked. All of our instruments look correct. That's good. Mixture is best in power. We'll bring that in a little bit. And then, hello. Okay. Checking the things. They produced a number of them, so maybe not so experimental, but it looks experimental. Oh, okay, sounds good. It does look experimental. But that's super cool. Thank you for the subscription. I'm sorry I don't know how to pronounce that. I appreciate the subscription. It's good to have you here. Thank you. And hello, Mish. How are you? I hope you're well. It's good to see you. Okay, so now we have our run up. At this point in it, we are, boom, bringing the throttle to 1700. I have to pin a thought. So please remind me to unpin the thought. So we did the thing. So we're looking at our greens. Green is green, vacuum. And then ammeter, vacuum. Check our carb heat. Watch that drop. Should come back up. 1 notch to the 1 notch to the left. Watch that drop and back. 2 notches to the left. That's our right magneto. Yep. And back. That should come back up. Check it again. Then we do an idle check. Smooth out. And back in. So, something that my instructor brought up during discovery flight that I did not think about, I think because I usually take long enough before the run up anyway that it doesn't end up being a problem. But not, shoot, was it not bringing it up past a certain RPM within the first like 5 minutes of starting it, because it needs to like warm up and everything. I think it was the 1500, maybe. I will have to check on that, because yeah, the oil's got to warm up and everything. So yeah, did the thing. So then we are doing, there is our windsock. To be honest, it looks a little bit questionable. Why does it look entirely like a tailwind? Or is it just... Oh no, just kidding, it's like this way. It was an optical illusion. It almost looks like we would have been better off. There's not that much wind, but it does look kind of like a crosswind this way, so we will employ a little bit of crosswind correction. It was supposed to be almost like maybe 40 degrees off the runway, but not that much. But that's okay. It isn't that much. So we are taking off on runway 30. That is correct. Our angle is potentially 40 degrees at 5 knots to the left. We should be off by the 1,000 footers. To be honest, I'm not sure. Let me see if this one even has 1,000 footers. I do not see any 1,000 footers. So we want to be off by I will show you. There's like a break in the field, so hopefully that will be on there. So I'll try and point it out. So we want to be off by that break in the field. If we are not, we will abort. We will land on the remaining we'll stop on the remaining runway. If we lose power after takeoff, and we still have remaining runway, we will land on the remaining runway. If we do not have remaining runway and we are below 1,000 feet, we will land straight ahead. If we are above 1,000 feet, we will consider turning around and landing back on the runway. We also have the option of the longer runway a little bit just over that way. That might be a better option. But again, we will take the situation as it comes. Our rotate speed is 65 miles per hour in the plane that I fly in real life. We will climb at VY at least. If we want to nose over, make sure we have some forward visibility and climb a little above that. That is fine. We will climb up to 1,000 feet. And let me see where we're going to go. We are just going to go straight out. What are we doing? Basic instrument maneuvers. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll just do straight out. Okay. Think I did the things. Okay. Even paint my my most famous quote on the wall. Wait, which one? It will say, "I swear that I'm a better pilot in real life." Can you imagine? Okay, I know you're joking. We're all joking. You're all joking. But can you imagine going to a flight school and that's painted on the wall? It could go in the sim room. No, I am not entertaining this idea. But that would actually kind of be funny. Anyway, moving on. Have you seen the thing where it's there's a plane like in a tree, like an actual plane that landed in a tree, and there's a sign right next to it that says sign up for flying lessons. I like that one. Okay, so we do our runway incursion avoidance procedures. We're gonna there is no hold short line, which is unfortunate, but also that stuff happens. So we're gonna come up to
approaching runway 30.
Okay, so we're approaching it, so we'll stop here. We're gonna check, do our final check. So oops, we're gonna keep this up a little bit, at least at 1,000. So we're gonna check our engine instruments again. So green, 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 carb heat, flaps, trim, fuel, mixture. Good there. Landing light goes on. So we are looking down final to see if anybody is coming. And then we're also looking the other way in case somebody has decided they want to land on that side. There are 40 degrees of wind at 5 knots. Got our landing light on. Where are we? Scribner. Scribner traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, departing 30 straight out. Scribner. All right. Maintaining. Looking. Taxiing. Little gentle corrections. Gentle corrections. And then this is displaced, so it is good for takeoffs and taxiing, but not for landings. But why? Hang on, now I'm curious. Oop, hang on, let me bring that up a little bit. Again, okay, so this is another one of those things where I get paranoid. Yeah. Because I do the knowledge things. I know the knowledge, but then when I haven't done it in real life, or I haven't done it recently in real life, or a lot in real life, I get nervous that I'm doing the wrong thing. So, like, yes, this part of the runway is good for takeoffs and taxiing, but not for landings. But then I'm like, is this okay to take off from? I don't know. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Flight is yelling at me. I know. It was just being nice to me. It was saying we're entered runway 30. She yelled at me earlier because I accidentally did sort of enter the runway when I wasn't supposed to. But there was no hold short. Not an excuse. Okay. Oh gosh, wrong button. Sorry. All right, and we go. Put a little bit of crosswind correction in just to make sure that it's not an issue. Watching our instruments. Engine instruments are good. Our airspeed is alive. And we are good to go. That was what I was gonna take. We wanted to be off by. And we were, so that's good. All right. So now, trying to find somewhere. 30 is what we took off from. There's not a whole lot of wind, so we can kind of maintain runway heading by looking at our DG. I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. Let me know if anything is like too loud for you guys at all, other than me, because that's not going to change. And then we can look. Oh. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Unless that's the other one. Hang on. I'm not quite sure. Ah, well. Okay, so, I need to get my thingy. Oh gosh. Ah. All right. We're gonna get up to some form of altitude. So okay, as we're climbing, I'll decide, we'll go up to 4,000. So, since we saw each other last, so that was last Monday, correct? Since then, my lesson last week, my instructor and I did a thing where we did half a lesson, and then I went and took my FOI test. And then we did the rest of our lesson on the way back. So we flew to where I had to go take my test. I have to be careful because I feel like I'm going to dox myself. So we did basic instrument maneuvers, basic instrument maneuvers, half of that on the way there, took my test, and then did the rest of it on the way back. So I passed my FOI test, and the guy goes, all right, so before he tells me my my score, he goes, you are you're third of people who got 100% and the time that you got. And I was like, are you kidding me? It took me 20 minutes. And I thought, if there was, and I said this actually, if I had known that there was an informal ranking, I would have gone over it a second time. But alas, because it was the top time for the test and 100% was 9 minutes. I have proof that I took a practice test. I took it in 7 minutes. And I'm pretty sure that I got through that one as well. But anyway, lamenting, it doesn't matter. I passed it. I'm done. It's good. So, yes, we did. We worked on our basic instrument maneuvers. And we will go over, I'm going to get onto a heading. And then we'll do the things. Trimming it out, bringing our throttle back. So, basic instrument maneuvers. The purpose of these basic instrument maneuvers is not and does not allow VFR pilots to fly in instrument meteorological conditions. The reason that we teach this at this level is for getting out of unintentional flight into instrument conditions. So what we want to get out of this is the ability to maintain control of the aircraft in those conditions long enough until you can hopefully reach visual conditions again. So it doesn't have to be just flying into a cloud. It can just be general loss of reference to the horizon. So that can be moonless or overcast nights with few ground lights. Got to turn this down a little bit. Sorry. Feel like I'm yelling. Flying over water can cause loss of reference to the horizon, especially still water, and hazy conditions as well. So any sort of situation where you encounter a loss of spatial awareness without being able to fix it visually, want to be able to trust our instruments even as VFR pilots. So, first steps to keep in mind. I hate the freaking trim button, but that is neither here nor there. I'm gonna go insane. I love trim, just not this trim button. Ooh, I just had a thought. Never mind. Yes. So, first steps, as soon as you recognize, First thing to do is to recognize the sort of situation that you're in, that you have lost your spatial awareness. You're either in a cloud, in a situation where you cannot visually keep control of the aircraft. You need to recognize that as well as accept how serious that situation is as an untrained VFR pilot. Or untrained IFR? Yeah, untrained. A pilot untrained in instrument flying. And that seriousness is up to and including an emergency. So it is not long as that sort of a pilot until you are likely to lose control of your aircraft. So you need to take steps right away to hopefully correct it. Maintain control of the airplane. Main goal. Rely only on your instruments. Don't start looking for visual confirmation of what you think you're seeing. That's only going to confuse you and lead to loss of control. And do not rely on your body, the things that you're feeling, to control the aircraft, because without that visual confirmation and validation of your bodily sensations, those sensations could be lying to you. So again, trust your instruments. And as much as it might be difficult to do, we must relax in such a situation. Cannot panic. That has to be a deliberate action. It's making sure we deliberately do not panic. Don't over grip on the yoke. That's a big thing in general, but especially when you are in that situation, you need to be able to feel the control pressures and what the aircraft is doing, how you are controlling it. And make sure you don't over control the aircraft. That's part of that, because over controlling it will make the situation worse. The aircraft is inherently stable. It wants to stay where it is configured. So if you let it do what it's doing and get it configured properly and just let it do what it's doing, you're a lot more likely to maintain that control. And then again, rely on your training. That's why we do this, so that you have that training to fall back on if that situation occurs. You hate trimming in the sim. Yes, exactly. It is. It's a pain in all of the things that I can't say because I'm a lady. That sounded really bad. Never mind. Anyway, moving on. Sorry. I do. Like, that's like the one, I like my setup. That is like the next thing. If I were to get another thing, that is what I want, is a friggin' trim wheel. Because it would make it so much better. So, okay. Do we want to do instrument conditions? Should we do instrument conditions? We'll see. Hang on. I don't want to worry about icing though. So, well, okay. So yeah, that did things. We'll leave it where we are for now. We'll add a cloud layer. You find trimming the sim to be one of the easiest tasks? Yeah, you say you share the experience. Well, it must be nice for you. Is that... What kind of do you just not do trim? Is that a thing? Coverage. Density. Whoa. I need to make it bigger. Okay. See, that's just, I kind of don't want to do that. Nah. That's just meh. We'll have We'll have plenty of that during, double eye training. So, yeah, probably. I don't know. Making sure we're going the way. No, you absolutely trim, especially in the 330. Do you have a wheel or something? Oh my god, I wonder do I just need to recalibrate the button or something? Can you imagine if I've been complaining about that for how long? How long has it been? 3 coming up on 4 years? And all I gotta do is recalibrate the button. Yeah. That's probably my general issue. Okay, alright. I may have to look into that. Alright, so first thing we want to do, again, we want to maintain control of the aircraft. So, alright, hang on. Okay. So I did a lesson plan. I was going to ask my instructor about the primary and supporting instruments, like how much do you get into that stuff, especially on check ride, because you don't have a whole lot of time. You don't want to get into too much stuff. You want to say as little as possible on a check ride. When it comes to students, what my instructor said is, so you kind of gauge it from what the students' intentions are. Like if they're intending to get their instrument rating and carry on with that, use this as sort of a first entry into that rating. So you start getting them into, you put it more in depth, you do it more thoroughly than you do basic VFR pilot. That being said, any pilots, what my instructor said is what he does for any pilots who aren't, is that just sitting there? I'm sorry. I'll sit this over here. You can't see it then. For any students who aren't intending to get their instrument ratings, he does not sign them off for check ride until they have like 5 or 6 hours of instrument training rather than just the 3, which I'll have to double check on. I'm like 63% sure. Yes. It's putting things into real use. So yeah, because it's instrument rating makes you a better pilot in general, makes you a safer pilot in general. So having as much experience as possible, whether you get the rating or not, is just better for everybody. You use a China hat for trimming. What does that mean? Dials for mixture and prop RPM though. Interesting. I'm curious what that means. If I could understand it better. Sorry. Again, assume I know nothing, and this is why. Disclaimer. So yes, so I went through Bin's lesson plans, which again were excellent for really getting in depth on this stuff, but for check ride as well as getting into just basic things, because again, as an emergency maneuver, you want that background, but also you want the student to be able to not get bogged down by too much and be able to just fly the plane as well as possible, as basically as possible. So I do have to adjust this lesson plan a little bit. So one of the things that I brought up to him, and I think he was like, yeah, go ahead, do it. So going over the instruments and being like, okay, so your airspeed is a pitch. So you got your altimeter. That's pretty obvious. That is a pitch instrument. Your airspeed is also a pitch instrument as well as a power instrument. I'm gonna have to organize this though. And your VSI is also a pitch instrument. So 1, 2, 3 pitch. Well, also your attitude indicator. Bank, we have our turn coordinator, DG, and attitude indicator. Power also is our tachometer. Yeah, so pitch, airspeed, altimeter, VSI, bank, turn coordinator, DG, power, tachometer, airspeed, and our attitude indicator. You got your pitch, you got your bank. So that's going to be what you're going to rely on a lot with your scan, cross-checking your other ones. You're going to be coming back to that one a lot. The other thing is in some of these, like in unusual attitudes, which we'll get to, like this one, this attitude indicator can tumble, so you cannot rely on it. Or you might not be able to rely on it during recovery from an unusual attitude if it's particularly aggressive. The instruments that we have in the 150 that I fly, that isn't an issue. And it's got a PFD. It's the little, I don't want to say it's glass. Is it? It's glass with the ticker tapes. And if you get too far nose up, too far nose down, it's got the little red arrows that tell you pitch up, pitch down, depending. And he said also that if you get into a particularly, hang on, gosh darn it, a particularly aggressive nose up or down position, the altimeter and airspeed actually might disappear. Gosh darn it, bringing it down. So that you have to just rely on that attitude indicator and those red arrows to tell you what to do. But I guess we'll get into more of that. You know what? We're actually going to turn around. Sorry. We're getting very, potentially very far away. Yes. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so there's like a lot of different things that like I went through for this and did not end had to adjust it on the fly, kind of. So I didn't get a chance to actually adjust it on the plan itself, on this paper plan itself. So we'll see how this goes. So we went over our pitch instruments, our bank instruments, our power instruments, and our attitude indicator is a big part of our scan for that. So straight and level right away, if say we get into a cloud, we're maintaining our instrument scan. If that's the first thing that we're going to do. We're on our instruments immediately. Most important thing to do is to maintain our attitude. So wings level, maintaining altitude as well, nose on the horizon, or our attitude indicator. So from cruise, we're not going to change anything. The aircraft is trimmed and configured, or should be trimmed and configured, but I'm terrible at it. In this aircraft, it's trimmed and configured for straight and level flight, so we just want to let it do its thing. If we're coming from a climb or a descent, we're going to match the mini aircraft to our horizon bar with our primary flight controls nice and gently, and then set for cruise power with our tachometer there, and then we're going to trim for hands-off level flight. And then we got our attitude indicator. We're cross-checking it, making sure our airspeed isn't rising or falling. If it does, we are either, and we're not changing our power. If our power is the same and our airspeed is changing, that means that we are either rising or descending. So keeping that where it's at, maintaining our altitude, VSI, making sure we're staying straight and level with our DG, following the heading we're on. And then always coming back to our attitude indicator. Corrections, make sure they are slight, smooth, and controlled. If we do too much too soon for a correction, that can make it worse. You can always add more correction in. Oh gosh, sorry. Yeah, some things I have in here is establish straight and level flight with the attitude indicator and the tachometer. And then monitor that we are straight. And again, it's straight and level. They're two distinct things. So you monitor straight with your DG, monitor level with our altimeter, among the other ones. Cross-checking. Common errors and questions, or common errors. Improper cross-check. fixating on one instrument, which means you're omitting other instruments. So again, if you're fixating on going straight and you're not monitoring your level instruments, that can lead to emphasizing the wrong ones and not maintaining level attitude, or not maintaining proper attitude, and leading to bad things. Improper instrument interpretation. So say you're looking at your airspeed and you see that the needle is going down, but technically that means that it's going, hang on. No, hang on. So if you see your airspeed increasing and you think that means you need to nose down further for whatever reason, that's going to be an issue. So yeah, correctly interpreting our instruments. Over controlling, again, an improper control application is going to make things worse, getting us into bad attitudes, which can be difficult to recover from. And it also fatigues us, so that's why we got to make sure that we trim for that straight and level flight. Failure to establish proper attitude during our corrections. So if we correct, and again, that can come with the fixation and omission, where we correct one thing, but end up not seeing another thing that we are supposed to correct. Yeah. Again. I had like a whole thing done, and I have since adjusted it, but not done it on paper. So I apologize for the word vomit and potentially not making sense. China hat is a circular 4-way switch that sticks out in the middle, makes it look like, oh, a Chinese rice field hat. I like those. Those are cool. Hence the name. Oh, got it. Okay. Very cool. Well, I'm glad it works for you. Got a crash. Sounds good. Got work in the morning. Hope work goes well. It was good to see you. Sleep well. Hope to see you again soon. There's a potentiality, since it is December, that we may start doing game night on Sundays with some. It's not December. I'm sorry. It will be December. It is still Turkey month, but it will be December on Sunday. So we'll potentially maybe do Sunday. I'll keep you updated in the Discord. I know you're in the Discord, but since I'm mentioning it, I can throw it out there. Otherwise, yes, we will be back on Tuesday as per usual, unless of course I have to adjust things as well. So yeah, sleep well, all the good things. Have good work. Have a great week. Yeah. Yeah, so that was straight and level flight, kind of. We're getting back to places. We are going to turn, which way are we turning? Turning this way? Yes, we're going to turn this way and go this way instead. Because we're getting close to the airport, but we don't want to go back yet. So constant airspeed climbs is what we're going to talk about next. And again, so if we get into that situation, we want to maintain that attitude. We want to deviate as little as possible from whatever attitude we're at. But if we do need to climb, if climbing will get us out of those conditions, we may want to do so. So, maintaining the aircraft's equilibrium as much as possible. So, if we're already climbing, if we end up climbing into instrument meteorological conditions, again, aircraft is already configured. So leave it and just continue going, monitoring, scanning your instruments. From straight and level, we're just going to, okay, that was another thing. Hang on. So I had this whole thing where it says it in the either the airplane flying handbook or the instrument procedures handbook, where it says, raise the mini aircraft on our attitude indicator no more than 1 bar width, boom, like so, above the horizon, and then add plus 100 RPM only, and then if you need more climb, you add increments of plus 100 RPM as necessary. But when I tried to do that in our lesson, there wasn't any, it didn't do anything. And my instructor goes, yeah, the 150 does not climb without full power. So that just screwed that whole thing up. So yes, so 1 bar width with the attitude indicator and full power till you get that desired climb. Scanning the rest of your instruments, making sure you're keeping straight and level, or your wings level, but climbing. Altimeter, airspeed. And again, when you do that full power and that 1 bar width, you're sticking with whatever speed you get out of that configuration, and you just keep that constant. And then once you get to your desired altitude, hopefully you pop out of the clouds. Then you do nice level off, bring that, you bring that power back down to whatever it was. And we are 1,000 feet higher and still on our westerly heading. So yeah, one of the things is start reducing your pitch 100 to 150 feet from the target altitude with slow, deliberate pressure so you don't throw yourself off and throw the airplane's equilibrium off. And then allow the airspeed to decrease. Oh yeah, I completely did that incorrectly. I actually mixed up the descent and the climb, which is awesome. This is why we have a lesson plan. So allow the airspeed to increase to near cruise and then decrease your power to the starting and cruise. Yeah, so common errors, or just errors, I guess, is decreasing power first and not re-pitching. So, yeah. I mean, I intended to do that so that I could teach it as an error. Again, improper cross-check, so fixating on any one thing, which makes you omit other things and not notice when something is going wrong over here when everything else seems to be going splendidly. And emphasizing the wrong things, like looking at your vertical speed indicator, or your vertical speed indicator, fixating on that and not realizing that you're turning and such. Yeah, doing that. Improperly interpreting your instruments. Talked about that. Over controlling. Want to make sure you're not, especially on that level out, not dive bombing at all, among other things. And then, yes, failure to establish proper altitude during attitude during corrections. And I guess I'll say the other thing that I ended up doing as well, I took the common errors directly from the PTS. Oh my gosh, you know what I didn't do? Well, you know what, that was, yeah, never mind. So, I took the common errors directly from the PTS. This is the first time that I did that, and they all ended up being the same thing, so I'm definitely going to go back through and be more detailed with each one. So, yeah, sorry for having less than ideal. Oh, oops, wrong button. Less than ideal common errors. So it was kind of good that we had an error there. So it made it more specific. So we have done our constant airspeed climb. So now we can do our constant airspeed descents. It is the opposite of the climb procedure, which I tried to demonstrate most intentionally. If we are descending, if we descend into a layer of cloud or some other instrument meteorological condition, aircraft's already configured. Just maintain your scan and level off when you can, hopefully in visual conditions. From straight and level flight, if we want to descend, hopefully to get out of whatever we may have gotten ourselves into, I'll get back up to 5,000 and then we can do it properly. I swear. Frickin' trim. Anyway, okay. So yes, for this one and another, yeah, so in the discovery flight, this is another thing that my instructor brought up that I knew but didn't. When it comes out in a certain scenario, it makes it stick better. So yeah, that's one of the frustrating things is as much as you can take in, you might not be able to fully absorb it until it's in just the right scenario. So yeah, so after having done this and then him saying this, for your descent, you don't use the yoke for your descent. That is not what you're doing. You bring power back. You power back for your descent. You maintain your airspeed with that pitch. Pitch for airspeed, power for altitude. So descending, bringing that power back. So yeah, so from straight and level flight, bring that power back. I have 100 RPM. So yeah, so again, this is start with 100 RPM. If you don't like that rate of descent, then you can bring it down another 100 RPM. And you can keep doing those increments until you get to a desired rate of descent. No more than 500 feet per minute for your descent. And for your attitude, you're going to allow the aircraft to nose down with that loss in power. And you don't want it to be more than 1 bar width here on this attitude indicator. Senor, you got your VSI here, making sure that it is not getting below 500, and then you take whatever. See, that doesn't seem correct. I have done nothing unless we went into a new thing. I don't know. I don't know. Info, hello, what would you like to know? I don't have that set up. I'm very sorry. I can answer I'll answer questions. Whether they are good answers or not is to be determined. So yes. Okay, so I guess I could throw out there. Server I'm on. We're on US East. I will put the thing in there. Cascab. US, oops. US East. Boom. We're near Cascab. We are, we're doing some basic instrument maneuvers. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I will do my disclaimer again. It is below, but also, I am a pilot in real life. Hang on. So we went down we're going to continue. We're going down 500 feet. So we're going to continue. I am a pilot in real life. I have my commercial certificate. I am working currently on my instructor certificate. So that is what we are working on here is I am going through my flows for lessons. So you're not learning anything here. I am not teaching anything here. I am just working on the flows and y'all get to bear witness to my struggle. So, yeah, that's the situation. So awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, Neil Barnaby. I appreciate you being here. Maybe see you around in a little bit, maybe, potentially. I did check this before. Oh no. Oh, there is a person. So, yes. We are on. And now I'm slightly concerned. I hope so. So yes, so we're currently doing descents for so this is basic instrument maneuvers. We're working on descents. We don't have a rate of descent right now, so we're gonna eke out a little bit more power. Eking out that little bit of power. We're doing our descent by decreasing our RPM, not more than 500 feet per minute, and then we are maintaining a constant speed, because again, constant speed descent. And then 100 to 150 feet, we start increasing our power back in. This just doesn't seem right at all, but okay. And then increase our pitch to level off once we get there. Increasing that pitch, increasing our pitch, Why? Why are you doing this? Yeah. And then accelerate to our cruise. You're dropping in now, DA62. Sounds good. We will be on the lookout for you. It is a good thing, then, that we did not do instrument meteorological conditions for this. Yeah, common errors for that is whatever the heck I was doing. Is taking out too much power, not taking out enough power, not maintaining constant speed, getting too far off of the equilibrium of the aircraft, fixating on one instrument or another, omitting others, emphasizing the wrong ones, interpreting the instruments incorrectly. So let's say you see your speed decreasing and you think, hang on, let me think. Oh yeah, you see your speed decreasing. So you think that means you have to put, hang on, more power in. You know what? I'm not even going to try that. I have to redo this. So I'll redo that after I've thought about it some more. So yes, just making sure you're interpreting the instruments correctly. Do not over control. Again, don't bring too much power out. Improper control application, making things worse, fatiguing you, not having it trimmed properly. And yeah, failure to establish proper attitude, and that goes with the fixation, omission, things like that. We're gonna turn to, we're at west, we'll turn back to the east, although from my, oh god, we're gonna turn, yeah, we're gonna turn. So, in IMC, turns are the most potentially dangerous because there's a lot going on. You have to be very careful to not, just like with all of them, you need to be careful not to fixate, not to omit any of the instruments, making sure you keep your cross check. But in this one, it is even more important because you are using all of your control surfaces. But if you need to, based on ATC's directions or your own navigational directions to get back to visual conditions, we will hopefully be able to do it as safely as possible. The other thing is if you get into IMC, and especially if it's only getting worse ahead, 180-degree turn to get back to where you know there is visual conditions. So if you want to do small changes, just use your attitude indicator. Smallest bank, do it less than 10. So let's say we want to turn to like 45 degrees. Well, we'll turn back to north first. So we can turn less than 10 degrees. Less than 10 degrees. Just make a little tiny correction. And then we can even go back to straight and level flight. Make sure we're all good. Add another little turn. Just less than 10 degrees. Not disturbing that equilibrium of the aircraft and the attitude too much at all. So that we're not throwing ourselves off or the aircraft. Turn a little bit more. And turn a little bit more. If, however, oops, sorry, I'm gonna keep trying to get to north. Maintaining my scan. If, however, we want to do a, say, again, the 180-degree turn or a large change in our, in our heading, and we want to do it safely and as quickly as possible, but also safely, we have the option to do what is called a standard rate turn. And what that is we see here, get back on our northerly heading. So I don't know if it actually says it. Let me see if it, All right, so here we have our turn coordinator. It says 2 minutes. Oh God. Sorry. Don't do that in real life. So we'll get back down to where we were at. We could have stayed, but that's okay. So that said 2 minutes there. Standard rate turn is where we put our wing boop on that line or boop on the other line. And if we do that, that will do a 360-degree turn in 2 minutes. So for our 180, that will be 1 minute. So once we start that turn and we maintain our wing on that line, we'll be 180 degrees in 1 minute. And hopefully, and again, maintaining, getting onto that, proper heading. We'll get back to that. So making sure we add, again with turns, we lose a little bit of that vertical lift, so we need to add a little bit of back pressure. So we are on north, we'll turn to the south, or maybe we'll just do a 360, we'll see. So we've gotten into IMC. We don't want to go any further, so we add a little bit of back pressure as we turn, get onto that line, not too much. So as you can see, we're keeping our, God dang it, stop putting stuff on there. We have our wing on our turn coordinator over here, sorry, on our standard rate. We're also watching our attitude, our pitch instruments, to make sure that we are not ascending, climbing, or descending. So again, we still got our wing there. And it's going to adjust with our speed. So as we're turning around, we are going to have to adjust our bank just a little bit. So we're keeping that nice there. And we're also watching our DG. We want to be back at 180 degrees because that is where we came from. So once we start getting to south, we're going to start rolling out just slightly. Just nice and gentle like. And then at that point, we maintain our straight and level flight directly in that direction. And that will hopefully get us back into those visual conditions that we were at previously. And then, yes, reestablish level flight with the attitude indicator, cross-checking your other instruments. Oh, hi! How is it going? How is your week? How are things? It's good to see you. I can't say the hashtag, though. I wouldn't. I don't know what I would say, even if I did. So, yes, common errors for that is not maintaining. So, fixating on the turn coordinator, omitting your level, your pitch instruments, which, again, losing that vertical lift can cause you to descend. And that's a big thing if you are turning in such a way and then descending, and then all of a sudden that you notice that you're way lower than you need to be. If you just yank up on the yoke, that's going to get you into horrible situations. So doing good, just stopping in before bed sounds good. Well, I am. I'm glad to see you. Always good to see you. Hope you sleep well. No hashtag tonight. Okay, sounds good. I will be prepared, though. Oh, hello! What up, what up? Boom. Beautiful. But yeah, so we did. We actually saw with that. Yeah, it is. It gets really easy to fixate on one thing or another, especially in that one when you have so many different things going on. And that is so crucial to make sure that you are keeping that little bit of back pressure. But if you don't have that visual confirmation, it gets really difficult to feel where it's supposed to be at. So, yeah. You're too fast. Sorry. No, that's okay. It's good practice for you in keeping up, or not keeping up, but keeping back with slow me. But yeah, what's the whole thing? We get bird strikes from the back and stuff like that. So yes, yes, and then over controlling, yeah, making too abrupt of control inputs can get you all confused and stuff. I could definitely not say, get you all confused and stuff. That doesn't sound professional. And then yes, improper entry. So, and not maintaining that standard rate. Sorry, a couple of things. Not maintaining standard rate, it's going to take you longer to get back out, as well as it's going to have a different radius, and it might put you into, especially if you don't end on the proper heading. So let's say you didn't have your DG, or let's say that you relied on a timer and not your DG to roll out. If you don't maintain that standard rate and you go for a minute, you might not be at the proper heading, and you could be flying directly into clouds still. You could end up like here and not get back into those visual conditions, which isn't good. That's not what we want. So yeah, improper trim. Trim helps a lot in maintaining things, keeping it configured as you want it. And then yeah, improper rollout procedure. You roll out. Because that can lead to. I don't have this on the plan, but it is nice to be able to like get the pieces together. So again, when you're in IMC, I mean, I could put the things on, but pretend you can't see anything outside. When you're in IMC and you don't have that visual confirmation for the things that you're feeling, again, your, vestibular system senses accelerations. So when you're in that prolonged turn, right? Hang on. That prolonged standard rate turn, your vestibular system is going to get recalibrated to that as your straight and level. So when you roll out, boom, like that, and hopefully straight and level, your body is going to think, without that visual confirmation, your body is going to think that you're turning in the other direction, which can make you, if you're not trusting your instruments, turn back the other way. And then you just start getting confused and stuff starts happening, and they're not good. So, yeah. Keeping that in mind, trust your instruments. And again, that's why turns to headings in IMC, especially if you're an untrained pilot in instrument flying, is incredibly dangerous. With that said, in case you want, climbing and descending turns is our next thing. You want to avoid those as much as possible as an untrained instrument pilot. But again, the basic, because these basic instrument procedures are to maintain the airplane's natural equilibrium as much as possible, so that you can get out of that situation with as little movement and adjustments as possible and getting yourself messed up. Or we don't what? How's it going? I hope you're well. It's good to see you. If it was something that I said that we do, then we definitely do. But if it was something that I misspoke, then definitely we don't. So yes, adding a turn to a climb, to a descent, just compounds your potential problems and increases the risk of losing control. Because you're doing so many things at once, and you have to make sure that all of the things are particular. That cross-check has to be really fast. Yep, rapid cross-check as well as interpretation. And maintaining smooth control in all planes. That's always funny. Sorry. In all planes of movement is essential. And it is. It's a heavy workload. And when you're in IMC, especially if it was a surprise and you're untrained, that's just adding to things. So if we have to, for whatever reason, we are going to add the climb or descent procedures to our standard rate turn. So let's try to remember what our climb was. So we pitch 1 bar up. The power goes to full standard rate. And so that 1 bar, we want to maintain that 1 bar above the horizon. That should be the middle, that little dot. Oops. See, again, so standard rate maintaining, pitch maintaining. Doing our standard rate, maintaining that pitch. Oops, standard rate. Watching our heading, watching our altitude. See, all of the different things that we have to be looking at in this situation, we're going to roll out here. Oops. Here we're on our heading. We'll maintain our climb. Or we won't. Let's not. I don't want to. So yeah, so say we had wanted to get to 4,500 feet. We overshot a little bit. So now we have to descend again. But, so we level off, go to, hang on. Yeah, so we level off to cruise, bringing our power back, and trimming for a straight level flight. It does. There's just a lot going on. So it is not, if you can, do your climbs and descents distinct from your turns to headings. No, misspoke. You're catching up. Keep it going. Okay, sounds good. So you completely botched the turn. Catching up. You're going to quietly enjoy the rest of my super podcast. It's okay. I figured it out. But all right. Sounds good. Super is an exaggeration, but I appreciate it very much. It is. It's good to see you. We're coming up on almost-ish the end, so that's good. Well, I mean, I babble a lot, so we'll see. Well, now we can do a descent. We'll be doing our descending turn, and then we have our recovery from unusual flight attitudes, so that'll be fun. Yeah, so that was our climb. So now what we do for our descent, again, we go back to our descent. What was our descent? How do we do our descent? Pitch for airspeed, power for altitude. Sorry, I want to get back to 4,500. I'm putting the mouse there. I'm sorry, the cursor. All right, so we're on our north, and we'll do another turn. We'll go to the right this time. Oh yeah, and anticipating. Do we really wanna? Sure. Sorry, I'm thinking of things as we're going, and I didn't have on here about, like, I don't think I did. Yeah, so like anticipating the yaw, the adverse yaw. I'm just wondering if that's going to be, I mean, that should be sort of, what's the word? Instinctive. That should get instinctive with turns in general. But I don't know if adding that little bit of rudder in, if you don't, for a VFR pilot, untrained, if that's going to make things worse. Like if you put too much in and then it like throws things off and then I don't know. I that didn't come up. You've had a few pops. Sounds good. You don't usually text because Charlie Fox scares you for this knowledge. No. He shouldn't. It should not be a scared thing. I mean it. I do understand what you mean, but like it is. That's one of the things where I want to learn as much as possible. So I've gotten very good at feeling potentially stupid. But it is. He's so lovely about it, and he's a great mentor. I can't say teacher yet because it's not. Mentor. A lot of wisdom there and super nice about it. Always willing to help learn. And yeah, honestly, with the things that I have done, you could not look or sound worse than I have done in the past. So go for it. You do too. Both of us have been streaming. Thank you. And yes, if anyone doesn't know Charlie Foxtrot, check him out as well. He'll be streaming tomorrow night, I believe. Hope so. Yes. So yeah, he's excellent. So much wisdom, so interesting, and so entertaining. So yes, absolutely. Totally with you on that. So yes, descending turn. So we add a descent. We start our descent, bring out just a little bit of power. Not giving us what we want, so we bring out another little bit of power. Keep bringing it out, nice and gentle like. Then we start our turn. Oh, and that's something that I didn't think of. So, okay, that is something that I need to consider. So depending, so the turn we want to descend a little bit. So we want standard rate. So we want to make sure we can keep bringing out a little bit of power to get ourselves a little bit more turn. Or should I say more descent, I think. Sorry. A little bit more. Oops. Standard rate. Getting a little close to 500. And we're coming up on south again. So we start rolling wings level. And we're coming up on 4,000, so we can start bringing our power back up, maintaining our... I almost wish there was a thing. Isn't there like a thing? Like, so you could see where my eyes are going? That would be cool, because I want to be pointing to things, but I'm also trying to fly the plane. So I'm looking at the heading indicator. I'm also looking at the vertical speed indicator, the altimeter. We're okay with our turn coordinator now, just making sure that that's nice and level. Attitude indicator, back to our tachometer because I'm trying to bring our power back up. Vertical speed indicators down a little bit, so we are descending a little bit according to altimeter, so we can bring our power back up. We're back on our tachometer. Yeah, it's so much, or it feels like a lot, but it does. The more you practice, the better it goes. The more you recognize where you need to go. So yeah. Practice. And then, yeah, common errors, fixating, taking out too much power before getting into that turn. I would think maybe that's a potential no. So don't, again, it's a specific thing. Do not take anywhere. Because I didn't actually think about that loss of altitude, because you want to be slightly nose down, losing that little bit of altitude. So that turn actually kind of helps your descent along. Maintaining coordination, that's one that I should put on here. Yeah. All the same things for both the climbing and the descending turns. Sorry, the climbs, the descents, and the turns, but more because compiled, because you're adding them all together. So, yeah. Boom. And if we do something wrong, we have unusual flight attitudes we must recover from. That is our next thing. Let me see where we are. Oh God, we need to turn around. Hang on. 100 times faster when you can scan without having to reiterate your actions. Exactly. And then I don't know if you could tell, I was stumbling over what the things were called. Like, I absolutely know what they were called, but I wanted to say airspeed indicator instead of altimeter. And then it's like, no, that's not what it is. And that's just a general thing for instructing. It is you can do the things, you can speak the things, putting the things together just halves the skill level for both of them. So yes, it's, yeah. And that's another thing too, having to go back through. So going through the FOI, one of the things that I noted particularly was how you learn a skill, particularly psychomotor skill. So you're doing thing, and the maneuver eventually becomes second nature, to a point where you learned it step by step by step by step by step, and now that you're doing it, it becomes its own thing where you almost can't pick apart how you're doing it. You just do it. So getting into the instructor training, you have to pick it back apart again and figure out how you get from here to here to here to here to here, each little step. And it does, like you said, 100 times faster when you can just do the thing and not have to explain each little piece. So yeah, definitely. Could just call them out without explaining, but I could, but I also kind of like, cause like calling it out, like, okay, so I see my VSI is doing this, noticing that so I could go VSI, altimeter, tachometer, DG, altimeter, or should go back to altimeter, VSI, tachometer. Like, you might not know why specifically. You know what I mean? So, like, I kind of like giving the reasoning for it, but I mean, again, that's why, like, at the beginning, what are our pitch instruments, our airspeed, altimeter, VSI, plus our our attitude indicator? What are our bank instruments, our turn coordinator, heading indicator, attitude indicator, power instruments, airspeed, tachometer? Once you know those things, like, you kind of, like, for power, I'm checking my power. If I say tachometer, it's because I'm checking my power. So, but then the sum of them, like the attitude indicator is just like basic, but like airspeed indicator, then am I checking it for my power or am I checking it for my pitch? So yeah. Chat can ask after, but like at that point, I would probably forget. But that's true. That is true. So like, why was I going here and then here and then here and then here? Yeah, that's true. Muscle memory like golf. Yes, exactly. Yes. Will I teach you to fly? Not right now. Once I become a CFI, maybe. But it honestly, through the sim, sorry, I'm doing all the wiggle things. The sim makes things difficult in that respect. Again, very good for procedures and flows and stuff like this where I'm not doing everything perfectly. And I don't have to do everything perfectly, because if something happens and we blah, it's fine because we don't die. But yeah, it maybe it is. It's such a weird thing through the sim. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where things are gonna go. I won't say teach you how to fly sim flying. Not for actual flying. That should be another disclaimer though. Any sort of potential teaching that I eventually maybe do on here will be for sim only, probably. And I think that's probably what I'd have to do it as. Even though I would be an instructor in real life, the sim is just so different than real life. I don't want it to come into people thinking that they can just take it into the real world. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. So I will leave it potentially open for sim instruction. And other than that, we'll see. But especially right now, no learning anything. Disclaimer. So, unusual flight attitudes. An unusual flight attitude is an attitude that is not normally required for instrument flight and is likely, therefore, to be unintentional. So, finding ourselves in that situation, just like getting into instrument meteorological conditions, surprising, shocking, we have to be able to react quickly, so that is why we practice. Causes of unusual flight attitudes is slow or careless cross-checking. That is our fixation, omission, or improper emphasis. Incorrectly interpreting our instruments can put us into an unusual attitude. Improper aircraft control, over-controlling, improper configuration, where we have our trim not where it needs to be. General disorientation or confusion can make us put ourselves into an unusual attitude. And even if we do everything correctly, turbulence can put us into an unusual attitude. So, need to be aware of how to get out of such situations in case they were to happen. So, if we notice an instrument indication or rate of movement of our needles that is not expected, again, in our, we're correct. We want our needles to be moving as little as possible. We want to be adjusting things as little as possible. That's going to give us the best chance to maintain aircraft control for as long as possible. So if our instrument indications are, if we find ourselves lower than we expect, faster than we expect, if the needles themselves are moving very fast, that can be an indication of an unusual attitude. So if that happens, rate of movement or different indication than expected, we speed up our cross-check to make sure that it actually is an unusual attitude, not an instrument malfunction. Once we have confirmed that, yes, it is in fact an unusual attitude, then we need to determine which type it is in order to employ the proper recovery procedures. So there's two basic types, a nose-high climbing turn, so like so. You can see our attitude indicator is doing that, our altimeter is rising, our VSI is way up there, our DG's there. See all those different indications. That is our nose-high climbing turn. Not sim, you've seen sim, you want real world events. Maybe 9 months. Again, it is. Teach it. You'll be so much better off with an in real life CFI. Like, knowledge and flow stuff, I could be helpful with, but like in-person CFI, like full time or like however long, whenever you do it is going to be best bet. And I would definitely be willing to help out. That would be fun. It's much less pressure. So really? So are you okay, so now that you brought it up, is it a thing? Are you doing it? What's your plan? Have you started studying? Have you started looking at school? Reverse pressure. That would be fun. I highly recommend it. Flying is awesome. And then we have our nose low diving spiral. So we are nose low. Look at our indications, our attitude indicator like so. Speed is increasing, altimeter decreasing, VSI down. Don't want to get too far into that yellow, so I'm going to start bringing it back up. Our DG is moving. Our turn coordinator is banked. So yes, so those are the indications that we're going to be looking for. I kind of already did this. So configuring. We'll start with our nose high. So yes, recovering from a nose high climbing turn. At that point, I was supposed to say, what are we going to expect? And then the student would be like, blah. But now I have spoiled it. But yeah, so nose high climbing turn. So I was using my hand in the airplane. And so yeah. So nose high and you're turning. What indications are you going to expect? Main thing you're going to be looking at is that your airspeed is decreasing and your altitude is increasing. Again, in the aircraft that I fly, we don't have to worry about this. In this aircraft, you do. This gyroscope tumbles in particularly aggressive attitudes. So if you get into a particularly aggressive attitude, you can't trust your attitude indicator right away. So you need to be relying on the airspeed and the altimeter. So decreasing airspeed, increasing altimeter, that indicates a nose high climbing turn. So for that recovery, we apply full power, reduce our pitch to level. So we can look at our VSI as well as our altimeter. And then once we get level, we can start trusting our attitude indicator again, and then leveling our wings. So again, nose high, climbing turn, full power, reduce pitch to level, and then level our wings. Because our primary risk in the nose high climbing turn is stall. That airspeed is decreasing. We want to make sure we do not stall in instrument conditions. At all, but particularly in instrument conditions. That's just going to add a whole nother issue. So what we're going to do to make sure we don't stall, add our power, reduce that angle of attack, and then level our wings to get to that straight and level flight. Send for a nose low diving spiral. What do we expect? Again, focusing on our airspeed and our altimeter. Nose low diving, increasing airspeed, decreasing attitude. And if we can trust our attitude indicator, a descending turn. Recovery for this one is nose low descending, reduce power, level our wings first, and then raise our pitch to level. And why is it that we do that? Because our primary risks in that nose low diving spiral is that increasing airspeed as well as load factors. So first step, reducing that power prevents excessive speed as well as altitude loss. Leveling our wings unloads those wings before we pitch up and level to stop our descent. Sounds like I'm talking IFR since I can't use the outside by relying speed and altitude. Okay, you're bad. No. Okay, so these are basic instrument maneuvers. We have to teach them to VFR pilots because in case they and no worries. You have to teach them to private pilots so that in case they get into instrument conditions, they have some chance of being able to get back out of them, maintaining control until they can get into visual conditions. So that is what we are working on right now, but it is not for instrument rating. I will repeat that. This is not for instrument rating at all. This is simply for untrained, so VFR pilots untrained in instrument procedures to be able to, again, maintain control long enough to get themselves out of a sticky situation. So yes, so I would do the outside, put the visual away, but I kind of want you to be able to see how the things look while also looking at the instruments. I don't know if that's helpful at all. You missed that. Should have realized that on my stream title. No, it's okay. Honestly, you might not have been able to notice that because I completely forgot to change the stream title before I started streaming. So luckily I noticed right after I started streaming. So no worries at all. I should throw those things out there every once in a while instead of like just kind of, yeah, doing things and babbling through all the things. So no, you're all good. I appreciate the questions, and I am happy to re-verify things, and yeah, all the good things. Basic instrument maneuvers, yes. Well, I could have helped too by putting the instrument conditions on, but no worries. So yes, so in order to complete our recovery from unusual flight attitudes after we have done our primary initial larger corrections, then we continue a fast cross check to make sure we're not over controlling and getting ourselves in an unusual attitude in the other direction. So approaching level flight, the rate of our needle movement, the airspeed indicator altimeter, is going to start decreasing. That rate of the needle, that movement, is going to start lessening. It's going to slow down. When we're passing through level, the needles will then stop and reverse. We don't want that. We want to be in level flight. So, being aware of that, decreasing our corrections, lessening our corrections as that needle slows, and then finding that level where those needles stop. Once the airspeed indicator, altimeter, and turn coordinator are stable, then for this aircraft, we can add our attitude indicator back into our cross check and then center that ball to make sure we stay coordinated. And then we can reconfigure for straight and level flight. We can get back to whatever altitude we needed to be at, get back to whatever heading we needed to be at, using our turns, our climbs, or our descents. Common errors for this are failure to recognize that you're in an unusual flight attitude. So looking at the instruments and just thinking that you're in I guess maybe not doing your cross check and then just not realizing. Again, if you can't see anything, you can't see anything on the ground, what might you think? Maybe you could be straight and level. We could, gosh darn it, bring it up a little more. We could totally be straight and level right now. But oh no, look at all of our indications. See, we hit our stall. We hit our stall horn and we thought we were straight and level. So yeah, that thing. And what that can lead to, not being able to recover, stalling, like we almost did. Aha, that was perfect. Oh, or in a descent, spiral dive. Diving spiral. That can lead to overspeed and structural failure. Other errors, attempting to recover by feel. Again, we cannot trust our bodily sensations when we don't have visual confirmation of them, or visual validation of them. So we need to be trusting our instruments at all times, and recovering with them as well. Improper recovery control applications, doing the wrong thing, yoke forward when you should be bringing it up, throttle in when you should throttle out, things like that. That's just going to make it worse. And then a failure to recognize level flight from your instrument indications. Because if you pass through that level flight and keep trying to correct, maybe you're fixating, omitting some instrument, overemphasizing the wrong instrument. You don't notice you're passing through straight and level flight, you get yourself into an unusual attitude in the opposite direction. That's just going to confuse you further, and it makes it so much more difficult, and is far more likely that you're going to lose control. Okay, sorry. Factual. I could put like a title or something. I haven't. I could add so many more things on stream that would be so much more helpful for all of you guys. So I blame myself. Effect would have been better if blacked out the instruments, but yes, true, right. What's the AM447 valuable lesson? I'm not sure. What is that? Hang on. I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry. I'm also, again, yeah, I think brain was mush to begin with, but it is, yes, it's has continued. So now I have my outro. So yay, recovery from unusual flight attitudes. That is the final thing for us that we're going to talk about today. Basic instrument maneuvers we have completed. So, in summary, if you get into IMC, some sort of instrument meteorological condition or instrument condition, first thing to remember, relax, make small, smooth control movements, trust your instruments, maintain your attitude, and get back as quickly as possible, as gently and smoothly as possible, to visual conditions. As long as you're maintaining aviate, navigate, and then communicate, you can obtain assistance from ATC or on 121.5. Don't switch frequencies if it's dangerous. You want to make sure you're maintaining, again, that attitude. And the other things, aviate, navigate, communicate. Use what you have. If call Mayday on whatever you're on, and somebody should be able to help you, or they can relay it to somebody else who can. For long flights, especially, use flight following. That way you're already talking to ATC, and then have 121.5 plugged in to your second box, so that you can just press one button instead of several and turning knobs and stuff. Before you go on a flight, be aware of weather. Don't take unnecessary risks. And regularly practice with a safety pilot. Again, this stuff gets a lot easier the more you practice it. So grab a safety pilot, pop on them foggles, do your practices. Do not ever use foggles without a safety pilot. But otherwise, yeah, practice, practice, practice. Practice makes proficient. So, yes. And recent. Question. Yes. Potential answer. Potential evasion of an answer. While you're asking your question, so I did. I'll do story times. So we're done. We're heading back to the airport. I will try to quick blast through story times. So, this was the last lesson that we went through. My instructor and I. So half of it, did FOI, got that out of the way, did the next half, and then And then it was Thanksgiving, and I was doing family stuff and other things. Hope everyone else had a wonderful Thanksgiving if you celebrated it. Otherwise, had a wonderful weekend. Tried to partake of the Black Friday, not in person. I don't do that. Black Friday, Cyber Monday stuff. So that also being done with Christmas presents as much as possible. I'm doing I'm doing my protein shakes again. I stopped. Okay, so here's the thing. I started doing protein shakes like 3-4 years ago, before I started flight training. And then when I had to go do my medical, I had read things that too much protein could show up and it could do things to your medical. And I was so worried and nervous about it. So I stopped doing my protein shakes. And I missed my protein shakes. So we're going to start protein shakes again. Or I've started protein shake. I like protein. Sorry. I'm pumped. I'm so friggin' pumped. Anyway, sorry. That's just a me thing. I don't know if anyone is a Doctor Who fan. Watched the first 60th anniversary special. Loved seeing David Tennant and Catherine Tate back. Still not entirely happy with the writing. I'll try not to do any spoilers. But I guess I know the character. Shoot, I don't want to do any spoilers. The one character, it's supposed to be a certain way. And there is a certain twist that happens. But the way that they, the voice, I don't know how to explain it. Will anyone be upset if I spoil anything? You have reviewed weather. Looked good. Was cruising along VFR, but weather did intrude and you need to go IFR. How? As a VFR pilot, you cannot. You must divert. Normally, you would file a flight plan, but en route, you don't have. You call if you are an instrument pilot, you do a pop-up IFR clearance. I have not sure if I've done one. En route, you don't have. ATC will give you routing to destination, or you are now a real road pilot. Again, I haven't really. I'm not sure I've done a pop-up IFR. If I have, it was my instructor doing it on one of his trips. So, so before you get into IMC, you need to be on a flight plan. So if you notice that you need to, again, you need to be instrument rated in order to do this, to begin with. But if you're flying VFR, you notice the weather's, you're going to be in IMC. You call them up. If you're on flight following, you'll be able to just contact them and be like, pop up IFR. Otherwise, this is just my assumption. Do not take any of this. I will know more about this after double I training. And also if I actually learn how you do it. But you can find an airport nearby and see, so if you do ForeFlight, find an airport nearby and see what their center frequency is. Then just call them up and be like, hey, pop up IFR request, and then just tell them your destination, and then you can usually just do direct if you're GPS, but then other than that, anyway. Monster for the win! I don't know what that means. #SimPilot, yay! Doctor Who, yes! 10th Doctor forever, yes! So yes, that was one of my favorite shows, but I'll go a little bit. So I used to be very into, I was gonna act for most of my life. I loved movies, I love music, I love books, I love television shows. And the quality just started decreasing to a point where I couldn't I couldn't look past it anymore. And I will say, like, with Doctor Who, they started having a lot more, like, it seemed like recycled stuff. The certain writers, it almost seemed like it was a lot of canned stuff, if that makes sense. So I ended up dropping a lot of the stuff that I used to like, just because I couldn't. I felt so horrible that these things that I loved were getting treated that way with terrible writing. But yeah, so yeah, so I did. I stopped watching Doctor Who, but of course I have to watch the 60th, especially with David Tennant and Catherine Tate. A lot of things that I liked. Some of the things, it's still, honestly, everything nowadays, the writing isn't like what I'd like it to be honest. I'll even say like Maverick, a lot of good things, but also had certain things of my issues that I have with it, like trying to be too over dramatic and like gotchas and stuff like that. Yeah, those sorts of things. Anyway, sorry. So yes, so did watch that. That was a thing. I guess, yeah. So yeah. So I guess I don't want. Sorry. Hang on. Going back up. Pop-up IFRS kind of thing. Yes, it absolutely is. Again, I haven't done that. Usually, if we're doing something, some sort of flight where it is a potential of, again, looking at the weather, if there's a potential of getting to into sorts of situations like that, just file IFR right away. But otherwise, yes, pop-up IFR is definitely a thing. And they would route you. So what exactly do you mean by route, I guess? Because if you're already on route, I'm thinking, again, I could be wrong as well. We're not where we need to be. Hang on. Yeah, we'll just keep going this way for a little bit, and then we'll... Runway's over there. Is that it? I think that's it. Perfect. Nope, that's it. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, Papa. So if you're already en route and you request direct to whatever, you're likely to just get that. Unless, of course, yes, they need to get you around one thing or another, I would assume. But again, this is definitely not my area of expertise. You don't remember Papa Bivar? Yes. Politically correct. Also definitely a thing. I don't mind having messages in things, but it needs to be done right. One of the things, I guess I will say, one of the things for the writing, it has to be part of, like, the story has to come first. If you can't get your message across while weaving it into the story, it needs to be in a different format. So one of the episodes, I'll say one of the episodes for Doctor Who that made me decide to have to quit watching it was, like, the writing, it seemed like people took a blog post and use that for a script. You can't do that. You need to have the separate, like, that's why there's so many different ways. That's what I love about, or what I loved about entertainment and writing and things like that, is there's so many different ways that you can convey a message. General communication. And you have to use that form to tell that message. And it's not likely to end well. Like, it's not likely to come across correctly if you try and merge or muddle different types of that communication. So, yes, Maverick. Top Gun Maverick? Yes. So, like, spoilers for Maverick. We're aviation people, and it's been out a while, so I'm going to assume. that I'm not spoiling anything. I'll try to, I'll still try kind of not to. So no, I guess okay. So it turns out that that was intentional. So the plot, the plan, right? For in Maverick, right? Okay. Was Top Gun Star? Yes. Okay. Here's the thing with that. Apparently it was intentional and it was an homage, so okay. But I will say, when I first watched it, I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I watched it in Oshkosh. The first time I ever watched it was in Oshkosh. And it was actually really friggin' fun, because surrounded by aviation people, and it's outside, and we're watching Top Gun, and I did enjoy the movie. But with when that came up, I was with somebody who was a Star Wars fan, and they didn't notice it, but I did, because how specific was it? How specific was it? Was they have to go in, they have to blow something first, and then they have to get a thing down into the thing. They have the trenches, and yeah, all the same things. And they even said a 3 foot, like the number was 3 that it had to be. Anyway, yeah, that thing. Sorry. Anyway. Yes, completely snubbed Who fans. And okay, and that's another thing. Trying to bring more people in by putting in things that you think that they'll want isn't going to make them stay, if that makes sense. So it creates it can create a pull right away, but it doesn't change what that show, or it shouldn't change what that show actually is. And if they weren't watching it already, they aren't likely to like continue watching it. It makes it a gimmick, and that, I feel like that's disrespectful to whatever message you're trying to put across anyway. It's just not the way to do it. So yes, anyway. And then yes, Top Gun Star Wars. So yes, you got it. Pop quiz, who was the bartender? Oh god. What's her name? What do you mean? You mean the actress, or who she was supposed to be? And you're talking about Top Gun, right? Sorry, we're getting back for landing as well. So yes. Who was she in the original? Oh god, was she anything? I assume she wasn't anything, or I assumed she wasn't anything. The character. I don't know. I'm curious if she was or not. Sorry, I'll try and land on the runway that we took off from as well. 1323. Oops. And now I'm just flying horribly because I am so out of it. Not recovered from the weekend. Long day, which we kind of got to, but I'll finish up that story as well. Oh god, only a true TG fan would know. Admiral's daughter, all you'll say. Okay, I'll have to go back through. I will. I'll say I didn't get into Top Gun until starting the aviation stuff, and I haven't gotten like. I have. It was since I have. I've really stopped watching stuff, so I haven't gotten as thorough in my background knowledge and deep knowledge of things as I once would have. But I will keep that in mind. So yes, so I'm looking forward to seeing where they go with the next two 60th anniversary ones, because I guess there's 2 more. One's darker and then one's way messed up. So kind of looking forward to that, because I felt this one was, I'm not sure if kitschy is the right word, but like, I don't, it seemed a little bit more sort of like jokey, little more surface level, which if that was the point, I guess fine. So excellent. We'll see where it goes from here. So yeah, so that was interesting, getting back into that. And then yeah, did the rest of the weekend and stuff, and then worked on the next lesson, which was takeoffs and landings. We're in a 150, and it was a straight friggin' crosswind with like a 9 to 11 knot gust factor for this lesson that I had to do. So we did crosswinds first, and it is trying to teach it while trying to do the thing, especially in those conditions, was humbling to say the least. Not that I claim to be, oh, hang on, weird there. Oh, turning left downwind, scrabbing. This is terrible. You know what? Hang on. Changing. We're going into the upwind. Crossing the field to enter left upwind 30. Much better idea. Sorry. So yes, and it is. It's one thing to have. Why are there X's? Is that supposed to be closed? We're at the right spot, right? Yes, we are. Weird. Okay, I'll have to check the notoms. I don't think it didn't say that it was closed. I don't think. Yeah, so it's one thing doing the lesson, making the lesson, writing the lesson out, practicing it out loud, and then having to do it, especially in quite unfavorable conditions. So yeah, so there was that, and then we went somewhere else to practice the other landings, the normal, or takeoffs and landings, the normal, short field, soft field, power off 180, as well as go arounds and slips. So normal landing went okay. Normal takeoff. Then we did short field landing. I overshot a little bit. I'm still nervous about pulling power when I don't have the runway beneath me. That's always been my issue with short fields. So that's a thing that I definitely need to get over. And then oops, hang on. Short field takeoff, I think went okay. I don't quite remember. Soft field landing. It was more of a firm landing, and I was upset about that. But my instructor's like, in these conditions, like that's kind of it wasn't firm, and also yeah, in these conditions. And then soft field takeoff was slightly questionable. Like it came off the runway a little bit, and I was talking through it as I was doing it, and it came. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I should be landing. Hang on. We'll I'll try and land the thing properly. So 1900 carb heat goes out. That should bring it down to 1700 once we're below 100. Oh, that was one thing. I can't remember. I put flaps in above 100 at one point, and my instructor noted it. And so I put flaps in another time, like on one of the, I almost want to say it was just the normal one. And I look back at my airspeed, and it was above 100. And I was like, I definitely did not. It was below 100 when I put the flaps in. It was just weird conditions. And I need to be more vigilant about that. Hang on. 30. Oh God. Technically, making sure we way overshot. I way overshot. Sorry. Next notch of flaps. Way overshot. Honestly, we were on an upwind at that point. But we're far enough away, and apparently with enough of a headwind question mark, that we are just doing it as we're doing it. Oh, okay. Trying to teach and analyze Doctor Who. No commercial pilot can do that. Watch me. Crashes. And make good radio calls. Oh yeah, I didn't do that. I haven't been doing that. I don't even remember where we are. Scribner. That one. Scribner. Just remember 3 useless things. Fuel at your departure, sky above you, and runway behind you. Right. Okay. Sorry. I will get back to it. I just want to make sure we actually make the runway here. So getting I do kind of feel like we might, I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to say that yet because it could just be me. No, it might be a little bit of a crosswind, but also I'm just flying horribly right now. Again, displace threshold. So we're landing over there. Okay. Field is made, so we go like that, and then we, center line. Oops, center line. Using our, oh God, I should have. Okay. I should have had this brought out a little bit more. Oh God, oh shoot, I pressed a button. Hang on, sorry. Okay, back taxi. Scribner, traffic, Cessna, hotel, tree. Oops, 1, Delta 1. Back taxi. Oh God, my pedals. Back taxi, left side of 30 in the grass. Yep. Again, my home airport is grass, so I am at home. Back taxi 30. But yes, the 3 useless things. And is this the CVR of your next flight? No, absolutely not. Oh no. Yeah, that was not good. Again, I promise I fly better in an actual plane. But yes, so I actually did have, so for my, I did a crosswind landing right away at that home airport, and then he did a crosswind landing, and it was really good. I had to admit that. And then the next one that I did was actually pretty good as well. It kind of greased on there, surprisingly. I was fighting it, but yeah. So that was nice. And then had some things. It did. I guess I didn't think about this. Hang on. All right, continuing. Sorry. I didn't think about this. It's a lot easier to teach things where you're not near the ground. So, like for the takeoffs and landings, I did not think about all of the workload that went into that. Even though I put it in the lesson plan, it's a heavy workload, lots of traffic and stuff. So yeah, having to add teaching on top of that did not come up for me until that moment. So it did. The whole time I did not feel fully comfortable with it. And I wasn't even almost using the lesson plans because I couldn't. We were in the pattern, so I'd have to like flip it around. I have them on these sheets, and I'd have to like flip it and find it and go through it, and yeah. So I did all right. There were some notes that my instructor gave me, but I think I managed all right. I just really have to practice it and get it down. And one of the things that he said is getting that those scripts subconscious so that you don't. Hang on. Where are we parking? I don't know. Getting those scripts subconscious, so that's like one less thing that you have to really be. Oops. We're going over here. That you have to actually like think about, and you can be more focused on flying the plane. Um. Yeah. So then did attempted to power off 180. Completely. So, hang on. Been following since 2020. Oh, thank you. Am I sure to keep the airplane on the runway? Asking for, I don't know. Oh, 2022. Um, um, uh, um. In real life, yes, I do. On here, absolutely not. I am a notorious runway excursionist. In the sim. And I apologize, but, um, yeah. I like to blame my rudder pedals. However, it's also operator error. We can do shutdown, and then I can try to blast through the rest of stories. So, oh yeah, landing lights off. All of the electronic things can go off. Oops. And then we do that. What a miss. Where's my logbook? Gosh darn it. All right. So yes, so then I attempted to power off 180. The thing is there wasn't a 1,000-footer. So my instructor is like, see that ditch on the side of the runway? Yeah, land that's your touchdown point. And then I kind of forgot about that being the touchdown point, and I started aiming at the end of the runway, which again, rookie mistake. Came up way short, went around. The next one, I didn't want to come up short. Again, we had major tailwind. So I completely overcompensated and came in, bringing this out. Escape. Pretty music, yay. Came in way high, tried to slip it, add flaps, all the things, did not work. Went around again. And then third attempt. It wasn't pretty, but I think I made it on that one. I'm pretty sure I did. I'll take that one. And then we went around again. There was one point where my instructor was doing something, like he was indicating to me about something, but I did not know what it was. I did not realize what it was until I realized that I forgot to put my friggin' carb heat in on one of the climbs. I can't remember which one that was. And then the final thing before we headed back to that home airport, is climbed back up and did a slip to a go around. And then do we just go? Or do we do that first? I can't remember. But yeah, so went into downwind, started coming down. Then I was like, oh, I should probably stay high if we're slipping. He's like, yeah, you probably should. Did that, talked through it, recovered from it because we were getting even a little bit low, got back on, and then he called truck on the runway, go around, upwind. And the one thing that he did note was, so we only do 20 degrees of flaps in the 150 on landing. So I was doing I was teaching while doing the stuff, and I decided not to take flaps out right away because I had the whole thing, if you want to take out a maximum of one notch of flaps right away and then take the rest out gradually once you're in a stable climb. And my mind went to, we're already at 20 degrees of flaps, so might as well, you could leave those in. It would be the same. I didn't think about the fact that, and how he explained it, is you're configured for that situation. You want to get that one notch of flaps out regardless, so that you decrease that drag. So yeah. You're gonna start a GoFundMe for better sim gear for me. No, absolutely not, because then I can't use it as an excuse. No, like, I do. I feel like there is some calibration that I can do, and just general, like, doing things better. I would love a trim wheel. So if I should start looking into that and maybe get that so that I can, yeah, start and stop doing that. But yeah, I appreciate the offer though. And then came back and was going to do a power off 180, but got all messed up and decided to just do a normal landing. And that I was hang on if I can. So say this is terrible. Hang on. Say this is the runway. I came in like I was crabbed over the runway, and for some reason, I wasn't even teaching it. I was just trying to land it, and I completely, like, blanked on what I was supposed to do. I noticed I was crabbed over the runway, and I just kind of, like, froze for a little bit, and then kind of figured it out. It was not good. And then we had enough time, so went back around one more time, did a sort of redemption landing, and yeah, so it wasn't the best lesson, but it did. It gave me that, what do you call it? Those different conditions, and which I kind of need so that I don't get too into the certain ones. And then I think that's the sort of over-learning thing that they talked about in FOI, where it's like it becomes more of a, like, routine or a skill rather than yeah, no, I guess that's more knowledge. But yeah, not being able to adjust it for circumstances and just, like, doing it routine. So yeah, different circumstances helps out with adjustments. So yeah. And then I think that was it. Oh, and then yes, we kind of talked about it. And then I was able to go on a discovery flight and just kind of hang out and, like, observe, and then sit in the back, and that was definitely interesting. I might have to talk to my to number one instructor to kind of refresh my memory on how he did it, so that I can kind of, like, gauge between the two. And one of the things, because there was like a lot of info that my instructor gave, and I don't know, I wasn't sure that I got that much info on mine, and it wasn't just more basic stuff. I remember we went and, like, just kind of did turns around a point, or just, I guess, turns at the time around places that I knew, just to kind of, like, ooh, this is fun and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah, it was much more, like, lesson-y than I recall mine being. So yeah, that was different. But again, differences in potentiality, like, maybe if I didn't come across as somebody who was actually going to stick with it, or was just doing it kind of for funsies, maybe that was the sort of a discovery flight that I was given. Whereas this person, this student, clearly already had been studying and, like, new stuff and all that, and was definitely he's gonna be doing the things, where that was more of the thing. And that is discovery flights as well. It's not like a one done thing. Ends up being gauged to all the things. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, sorry, babbling at this point, but it was different than I expected, but good, and a lot of different things that I wish I would have talked to my instructor about afterward, but we'll hopefully at some point next time. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Anyway, sorry. Sounds a little scary. What? Fortunately, your home airport doesn't suffer crosswinds often. Oh, I had to get used to it. For my private check ride, and my instrument check ride, and my commercial check ride, that airport does suffer from gusty crosswinds frequently, and I had to fly there on my own. So the first time I went down there, I went there to just meet the DPE before my private check ride, and I ended up landing in like a straight 12-knot crosswind, which was more than I had done before that. And I was so nervous about it, and it ended up being fine. By the time that we got done meeting each other and went out to the plane, it was gusting to 26, straight crosswind. So DPE and it was great because he loves crosswind stuff, so I was able to learn from him. And first one was ish, second one was ish, third one was actually pretty okay. So yes, I did have to get used to that. And at this airport, I don't think I did a whole lot of gusty crosswind at my home airport, but this one I've had to get, so I've done some air tours at that airport, and there have been some conditions. It would end up gusting to 23 and be a straight crosswind, even to a tailwind. Like, it would be variable, primarily from the direction I'm landing on, but then it would vary to like a tailwind. And it's like, I was comfortable doing that myself, but with people who have not flown before or are just here for a good time, I was so nervous. But I want to say they were probably some of my best landings, which is probably good, I guess, question mark. So yeah, in the 150, it's a little bit, it definitely gets squirrely. So that's something I have to get used to. Airport you flew to does, however, and that was an eye-opener. It is. It's really good experience. So it's not something to shy away from if you can get like safe, supervised, good experience. But your instructor was so calming, right, that you nailed the landing. Excellent. And that's exactly what it is, and that's exactly what yeah. That's the goal. You have to be that calm, focused, safe, reliable person in that other seat. And look what that does. That makes me so happy. Wind 230 at 11, gusting 17. Clear to land, runway 16. You're sweating. Yes, it does. And it's so nice looking back to like, I remember one of my first solo like mini cross countries where I just bopped over to a different airport to practice landings, and it was like a 6-knot crosswind, and I practiced go-arounds that day because I could not get it done. And then at one point, my gusty crosswind during instrument training, gusts to 18 was my absolute limit, because we came around, did an instrument approach into a landing, gusting 18, and I made that landing. It was a little ish, but it was made. Came back around to do another approach and checked the winds again, and it was like gusting 20, and that one did not quite go as well. So that was why my cap was 18. And like now I'm doing it gusting 23, and then Yeah. Not in the 150. Not in the 150, but yeah, getting there. Yeah. See how far you come. Afterwards, you said, let's go again. That was not your best comment. I mean, it does paint a picture, though. Oh my gosh, it does. It's such a great feeling actually being able to do the thing. So I get you. I get you. Yeah. So that was that. And the one thing too is we'll find somebody to raid. Let me know if you have anybody in mind. Otherwise we'll take a gander. I will look as well. Hang on. We just reached 200 hours in the sim. Yay. Toot toot. Celebration. Quit to desktop. Turn that off. Bring that. Go like this instead. Yeah, so again, I am apparently starting instructing basically immediately after my check ride. So I am dragging my feet a little bit because I want to make sure that I'm actually capable and comfortable and good and stuff. So yeah. And that was what my instructor said, is this person that we just met and he did the discovery flight for is probably going to be my student. And it's like, oh gosh, the pressure. So yeah, that's yeah. That's a thing. Uh could do this one. We'll keep an eye. Him. I think developing a small repertoire with a flight student helps with communication. What do you mean? Like a repertoire of lesson plans? I do. I apologize. I'm like very yes out of it. So, um, you know what? We might go this one. Let's take ourselves a look see. Take ourselves a gander. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's a theme. Didn't work that well. Okay, okay. Um, or I do you? Sorry, do you mean rapport? Like, like building a rapport with your students? Because yes, but it's definitely a read the room sort of a thing. And it's like I consider now I consider my instructors my friends now, but definitely it's going to depend on personalities, and if if it's just instructor student mentor mentee sort of situation and that's what works, that's that's what works. If you can be friends after the fact, during the fact, that's cool as well. But yes, definitely making sure that they're comfortable with you, they trust you, they respect you. And then having that be both ways is, yeah, that's a thing. You do, it is a social oh, sorry. It is a social thing, and I mean, like anything. So yeah, it can't be just it can't be, I don't know. There is a line of like professionalism and, yeah, where to do that, and yeah. Yeah. So it's different for every situation, and I've been so incredibly lucky. Um so yeah, during my instrument training I had a few like kind of one-offs. Um didn't fully vibe with all of them, but definitely learned something from them. So it, yeah, yeah. For my main instructors, I've been like really absolutely lucky, and even the one-offs also lucky, learning something even if it didn't like vibe for full instructor experience. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Didn't mean outside the flight deck, more so chemistry. Yeah, because you have to be able to know, understand how they learn. You have to get a feel for what they want, and that's a big thing in the FOI, is understanding their who they are as a person, what motivates them, being able to tap into that, um to get through the more difficult times, be able to steer them in the right direction, help them focus, figure out how they learn, but also for them being able to trust you enough that they can bring issues to you and ask for what they need. So it's nice if they're aware of, like, self-aware enough to be able to bring those forward. Otherwise, it is something as an instructor you have to be able to bring out of them. So yes, definitely having enough of an understanding of one another to be able to, yeah, communicate well enough that stuff actually sticks and gets through correctly. Yeah, yeah. You're a golf instructor and you try to establish commonality with the student to best convey knowledge for them to absorb most effectively. Exactly. No, it's exactly like that. Yeah. Your flight instructor basically told you you're a natural and you found that intimidating right away. Like the standards was set really high. I can totally see that. So and that's the thing. Different people respond differently to different things. So having, like, saying that to one person can motivate them to keep going and make them excited to continue doing it, whereas, yeah, intimidating right away, right off the bat. So it does that. It that is that's one of the big parts of, yeah, specifically the fundamentals of instruction, is being able to recognize that in people. And even if you think you do the right thing, um being able to recognize if that didn't quite work for this particular student, and being able to like either adjust it or, yeah, definitely make you feel as comfortable as possible and get the right, again, thing across. So yeah, I'm sure it was definitely a motivational thing, like recognizing the potential that you had. But yeah, maybe the way that it was worded didn't quite come out the way that it was intended. Like, again, it wasn't supposed to be intimidating. It was supposed to be motivating. So yeah, no, that yeah, that happens. But that's great though. That's great that you're a natural. Oh, but yeah, yeah, a lot of things to think about, a lot of things to do and to practice. Clearly. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so that's gonna be it for me. I gotta go to bed. I am clearly mush. Brain is mush. It started out mush and it just continued mushing. So this is great. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for the flying along. Thank you, Floxtrot, for the raid, for the follows. It is. It's always fun chatting with all you guys, and um, yeah, getting your feedback on things, and just yeah, generally having a good time. Thanks for putting up with me and my strangeness and shenanigans. Um, oh, so yes, again. So it is coming to the end of Turkey month. So December is on Friday. Um, we will potentially start doing some we'll start up game night again on Sundays. However, if not, we will again just continue doing flying on Tuesdays as per usual, unless I adjust things. I will let you know in Discord if you're not already in there. Um, Sometimes it depends on my lessons whether or not I'm gonna have to get up early the next day. So yeah, if I have to adjust it to like a Monday or over to a Thursday, I'll let you know there. So yeah, potential game night Sunday, but otherwise Tuesday for flying, and I'll let you know. So whoever got lost and found their way here somehow, or found their way back, thank you so much again for being here. Appreciate it a lot. Had a lot of fun. Um, um, if I've forgotten anything, brain is absolute mush. It's no longer there. Two brain cells to rub together, and they don't like each other. So I don't know. Um, yeah. Um, yeah. So if I forgot anything, sorry. Didn't mean to. But other than that, have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. Have a fun time in the raid. I will be going to bed. Um, and until next time, uh, all the good things. Hope to see you again soon. All the good things. Thank you so much. And bye. Longest sign up. I know. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. Bye. Yeah. I don't want to forget anything, but then I still do. So I'm glad you like it. All right. Okay. Thank you.